Hey guys, Scott here. Today I'm going to do what Behaviour seems to be unwilling to do recently. Just as a quick aside, no, this video is not actually that long. It's just I attached the entire VOD of me making this manually over time at the end if you want to see the unedited footage and see how I got to these places and how I interacted with chat and we came up with these ideas together and all that stuff. So this video is not actually that long. It's going to be a lot shorter than that. I just wanted to include that at the end in case you guys wanted to see how I arrived at a lot of these, conclusions and stuff like that. But this video is going to be me summarizing, just reworking the bottom 15 perks for Killer and Survivor. I just went to Nightlight and just looked at the 15 shittiest or least used perks and decided to try to make them meta. And I think that's all Behaviour has to do. Every patch, just look at the bottom perks, change some of them, and push it to live. It's really not that complicated, and I don't know why they don't do this. They have so many employees. They can have one guy just sit in a room and do what I did here. Oh my goodness. Do what I did here and just have it then, push to the people that make the actual changes. And as an additional self-challenge, I decided to make every change listed here something they could easily do. And I also wanted to make sure I kept the core theme of the perk the same. And that's really hard because a lot of the time the theme heavily limits what the perk can actually do, and that makes it really challenging to make it an effective perk. So I didn't just make them all new perks. I kept the theme of the exact same perk, but made them better and made them potentially meta. And that's the main thing you have to think of going forward when I talk about these changes. You need to think, man, that perk might be too good or something like that, right? But the thing you need to have in the back of your head is this so good that it will be a meta perk? If not, why are you complaining about it? Because if not, you're still going to see the same 10, 15 perks on both sides. So some of these might seem extremely good, and you might be scared by them. My mentality on that is good. That means people might actually use them, which means the meta will change. You can't just tweak a little bit of numbers here and there and go, oh, I updated the perk, and it's still shit. No, you've done nothing at that point. It needs to be good enough to potentially be an actual usable perk, and that's what I tried to do with all these limitations in mind. That being said, let us get into it. I'm going to basically summarize all of these changes. And again, if you want to watch how I came through all of these, there'll be a giant unedited VOD at the end of this. But let's start with the least used killer perk in the entire game, good old Septic Touch. Right now, what Septic Touch does, whenever survivors in your Territorius and they're healing, they gain blindness and exhausted for 20 or 30 seconds. Just not good. It's just not a useful perk. So very simple, keeping in theming with the perk. I've added hemorrhage to that as well. That makes it significantly more powerful because now if you walk into their, if they're in your terror radius, then they're going to hear you, and they have two options. Basically, they can try to commit to the heal as you're getting closer and closer, or very likely what they're going to do is go somewhere else. They're going to try to get further away from you because you're injured, you're in a bad spot, and that is what the killer wants to do. They want to catch you with your pants down while you're healing. So if that's the case, now, in that scenario, you gain blindness, exhausted, and you gain hemorrhage. So your heal is now going to deplete as you continue to run away. It synergizes with the exhaustion being, considering you're going to be running away as well. And it just basically gives the killer a lot better chance to catch someone that's been interrupted in a heal. So simple change like that would be extremely effective, I think, in making this perk infinitely better. Would it be incredibly meta or OP? Probably not, but it would make it significantly more usable. That one is a very simple change. It's not a lot of drama around that one there, but it's a simple starter. We're going to start going a bit more crazy soon. Territorial Imperative. What it does now is whenever a survivor goes into the basement, you see their aura. It's got a big-ass cooldown, and you also have to be away from the basement. It's got so many limitations for such a whatever effect. So we've completely kind of reworked this whole idea. Now, it still maintains the aura reading. If a survivor goes in the basement, you do see their aura. I have the cooldown to 20 seconds, but now a trail will generate between you and the basement. And to make it easy on Behaviour, I picked this specifically because this already exists. You just literally port the Houndmaster's dog scent mark, and you put it towards the shack or wherever the basement is instead of towards the dog. Use the exact same function. Don't remodel it. It's the exact same thing. Walking in that trail will then give you 20% haste and undetectable until you leave it, and it'll linger for 3 seconds. So this basically now has more of an idea of the basement is it's my property. I don't want people in it, and when people get in it, I get pissed and go back to defend my property. That's like what the whole spirit of Territorial Imperative is. But right now, it just occasionally lets you know, hey, someone's doing that right now. But now it's like, hey, someone's doing that, go fucking kill him. That's more of the mindset that you would want to be using. Now, this would be a lot stronger on basement, centric killers, but still, it's not going to be a perk you'd slap on every killer. It would be a bit more of a niche thing, but on certain killers that thrive in the basement, this would make it a lot stronger because you can go elsewhere and get back to the basement a lot quicker. I'm not a huge fan of incentivizing basement camping in gameplay, but that's kind of what the base perk does, and I can't really change the spirit of the base perk, so that's what we're doing for Territorial Imperative. Next, Overture of Doom. This is that shitty Crossu perk that makes it so whenever the trial starts, the furthest generator is marked. Whenever a survivor repairs that gen for 5 seconds, you gain Undetectable, and your Territorius gets set to that generator. So it's like a weird kind of like Unforeseen / Dark Devotion / kind of weird combo mix of perks, but it's tied to a Hex as well, and it's just not that great. I've just completely removed the Hex aspect of it. I don't think that effect is nearly strong enough to be warranting a Hex perk that can delete it. So basically what I've done is just turned it into Reverse Tinkerer. So now the farthest generator at the start of the match is marked to you. If a survivor repairs that generator for 5 seconds, you gain Undetectable for a bit of a shorter time now. But the thing is, this will happen more frequently. So whenever that marked generator gets fully repaired, the next farthest generator that's not been marked before becomes marked. So you can't have multiple uses per generator, just like Tinkerer can't have multiple uses per generator. But this is basically Reverse Tinkerer. This will let you know when people have started the generator to get progress off of that in the opposite direction. And it gives you the same type of Undetectable effect that Tinkerer would have at a bit longer of a duration. So I think that would be an interesting thing that separates it from Tinker, because technically you could have both. You could have, protection for the beginning and protection for the end, but this actually has some information built into it as well, because you'll know if people are on that marked generator, because you'll suddenly gain Undetectable. And these numbers can be tweaked whatsoever, that's fine, but I think that would be a lot more of a consistent value perk than tying it with all these, requirements and then having a Territorius linked to the generator so the survivors know you have that perk and it's tied to a Hex. Just so many downsides for no reason. There is a reason this is the third least used perk in the entire game. It's god-awful. Hangman's Trick. What Hangman's Trick does right now is whenever you're carrying a survivor, you see anyone that's pretty close to a Scourge Hook. It's not useless, but it's pretty not useful. So I've kept the spirit of that. So when you're carrying a survivor, you still see people that are near Scourge Hooks. I made the radius a bit bigger by 8 meters. Nothing crazy, but a noticeable increase. So you might get a bit more information there. But the actual main point of the perk now is your Scourge Hooks cannot be destroyed. So they'll be able to fill the bar up as if they can destroy it, but then nothing will happen. The perk Breakdown will not work on a Scourge Hook. And whenever survivors begin sabotaging a regular hook, they become exposed for 30 seconds. So even if they try to sabotage a non-Scourge Hook with like an Alex's Toolbox and they try to get hit and then, start breaking it, they will instead just become exposed. Now, they could technically sit there in front of you and just wait, knowing that you have the perk. But then typically you're going to be able to get a hit. They start it, you get a hit again, even if they finish a sabo. So you still benefit in some way. But, this is going to be the perk that protects your Scourge Hooks and makes it so, you might have a really shitty Scourge Hook RNG. There's only one hook in the area and some asshole keeps sabotaging it so you can't even use it. This would be the Ante version of that, while still maintaining the same aura reading that Hangman's Trick already does. Would that be overpowered? No. There are still 15 perks in the game I can give you that's significantly stronger than that. It's still somewhat niche because it requires saboing to benefit from this second part of it. So if that is something that was bothering you, then that would be great, but still you have the benefit of a bigger AoE on the effect as well. Next, we have No Quarter. My problem with perks like No Quarter and Merciless Storm is all they do is bully new players, and they don't really do anything to already established good players, because good players can hit rapid fire skill checks. It's not that hard. It's not that crazy. Even with madness, they're able to do it. What this does is it just beats the shit out of new players, and you don't really need perks to beat new players. It's the complete ass backwards design that they do very frequently here. You need perks to beat good players. You don't need perks to beat bad players. So I just removed the whole skill check requirement thingy because, again, that's only going to punish newer players. So now what it does is once per trial, whenever a survivor is injured, or whenever an injured survivor is healed to 75%, whether by themselves or healed by somebody else, that survivor becomes broken for 1 minute and they scream, revealing their location. this could absolutely shit on people trying to reset very, very heavily. Very often you'll be in an area you can't really leave as killer because, it's you got a really nasty 3-gen and it's too rough to, go anywhere and try to find someone because, they're not even injured. You need to go on a full chase there. You don't have time. But here, if they're trying to reset, that reset is going to get interrupted. Again, this is once per survivor for trial, so you can't just repeatedly do this forever. That would be overpowered, I think. But once per trial per survivor, their reset is going to get completely interrupted. And so they're going to remain broken for a full minute, and then they're going to scream, allowing you to actually interrupt that reset attempt, which could give a bunch of pressure back to the killer. Now, it's not like a death sentence or anything. The worst is they're just injured. Plenty of survivors are totally fine being injured. In fact, a lot of killers don't really even benefit very much from a survivor being injured. So it's not like this is a universally overpowered effect or anything like that. There are a lot of killers that will maintain very good use from this, but a lot of top tiers don't really care about this one way or the other. So if anything, I think this would be more useful on the weaker killers that take longer to get those damaging health states, because it basically will make those damaging health states last longer. Again, once per trial per survivor, so it's not, something you could just repeatedly do forever, because then a minute of broken every time, that would be overpowered as shit. But if it's once per, it's going to give you some consistent information, consistent value, even if, it less than savory tactics. If someone you were trying to tunnel got away and then got to reset, you'd be able to find them again. Just shit like that. Now, granted, they're going to be probably in a much safer area, so they now have a chance to do something about it, but it's still better than nothing. So I think that would be a lot better than what we currently have, relying on the just random luck of, is the survivor good enough to hit skill checks? Are they new to the game? Are they not? It's stupid. I hate that. So I would like to have a much more consistent effect. Shattered Hope. Oh, baby, Shattered Hope. Shattered Hope only exists to destroy Boon totems. The perk, all it does is you can break Boon totems permanently, and then the totem breaks. That's it. But Boons are not super meta anymore. It's not like Circle of Healing is this crazy overpowered thing that it used to be. It's still good, don't get me wrong, but it's not like you see Circle of Healing every single game now. So basically you're bringing a perk to maybe destroy a totem once every 4 or 5 games. It's terrible. So I wanted to keep the spirit of the perk where it's, it's Boon hate, but it needs to have some other generic effect to where it can work every match. And so we went a little crazy with this one. What the new Shattered Hope would do is you can destroy your own totems. And you might think, well, why the fuck would you ever want to do that? I'll go into it further. But whenever you break a totem, you see the auras of all survivors within that totem's AoE for 8 seconds. So you basically have 5 instances of... It's like a more limited nowhere to hide, but it's a bigger AoE. It is permanently destroyed and cannot be relit. This is so, when you think about designing stuff like this, you got to think, well, people will run this with Pentimento, break their own totem, set up Pentimento, and have a 5-stack Pentimento immediately. That would obviously be incredibly overpowered, so I had to limit it there. It's permanently gone and cannot be relit by Pentimento. Now, if the totem was a boon, this is where the boon hatred comes in. The survivor who set the totem has their aura revealed for 6 seconds and becomes exposed for a full minute. So that keeps the spirit of the boon hate. It's instantly destroyed, and you have hate against the person that put the boon down, but you can destroy your own totems as well. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, for things like inner healing, stuff like that. There are a lot of perks where survivors rely on totems as well that are not just boons. Also, you can do very creative things like combo it with Haunted Grounds, set up your own Haunted Grounds, set it up with Retribution, set up your own Retribution Haunted Grounds combo. Like, if you get creative with it, there's a lot of interesting things you can do with that perk in addition to the standard boon hate. But now it's got some other unique generic effect that can work in every match. And I could think of a bunch of interesting builds you can make with this. I can think of the clips of people setting it up. And that's the kind of stuff that excites me. Thinking about what crazy shit I could build with that, and the things I can do with, something like that has never been done before. I think that'd be a lot more interesting than what we currently have. And it would be very effective, at the very least, as a pretty decent information perk every once in a while. You get five uses of a pretty good information perk at bare minimum there. So I think that would be pretty neat and a lot more interesting than what we currently have. Next, Hoarder. So if you guys look in the actual VOD after this whole section, Hoarder is the one that took me the most time to figure out because balancing it was an absolute nightmare. So the old Hoarder, basically what it does, whenever a survivor picks up an item from a chest with an X radius of you, you just know where they are. It's not very good. In fact, it's pretty fucking terrible. So now what the new Hoarder would do is you get 3 more chests to appear in the trial, but they're empty. So if survivors look there, there's just nothing in them. They wasted their time looking at it. Now, here's the kicker. For each closed chest in the trial still, the exit gates take 10 seconds longer to open, up to 60 seconds. All chest auras are now visible to all survivors when the exit gates are powered. So it's actually transitioned into an endgame perk while also maintaining the theming of Hoarder. The killer is stronger the more of their shit they still have. If you have closed chests, you haven't looted them, the killer still hoards all of their stuff. Now, the more you open these chests and take their shit away, they get weaker and weaker to the eventually where the perk doesn't actually do anything anymore. So it creates this very interesting gameplay of during the match, you might notice more chests than normal. You open one and find that it's empty and go, oh shit, the killer has Hoarder. Now we have a new sub-objective. We can just ignore them. It's like when you know a killer's going to have Noed. You can break all the dull totems and guarantee a much safer endgame, but it takes time to do that. Or you can just risk it at endgame and then try to just break the totem there. You can basically do the same thing. The survivors kind of have a choice of, do they want to have a slower game overall, but use the time to spread around the map and open these chests, so eventually a Hoarder is not going to do very much. You might get, 10 more seconds to open a gate or something like that. Or do you just risk going an endgame to where all the chest auras are now visible? You can do it much faster, but you're in a much riskier part of the game now. So I think that would be a really interesting gameplay dynamic. This was such a nightmare to balance because we had to take into account like maps that have specific chests like Nostromo in the command area. That has to be excluded. I had to think about combining it with things like Remember Me, so you had to have a max cap duration on it. This one was very hard to think about a way to make it actually effective, but I think this would be a very interesting way to take Hoarder into an actual viable endgame perk or mid-game perk. That's the beauty of it. It can actually not even be an endgame perk, but you'll know if you reach the end of the game that the survivors did waste time opening chests. So it still buys you a lot of time regardless. So I think that'd be a lot more interesting than the boring shit we currently have. This is one of my more out there ideas, but I fuck it, whatever. This is what I want to see. Just crazy, fucking weird, stupid ideas. Just do shit like that. That's what I want to see. Next, Hex, Wretched Fate. First time a generator completed, adult totem ignites, and the obsession, as long as that totem is active, repairs gens 33% slower, and they can see the aura of the totem within 12 meters. So I wanted to kind of keep that vibe of having someone be, struck with this Wretched Fate, but I want it to be sort of like it's an intermittent thing. People are struck with Wretched Fates, over the course of the match. So same thing when a first generator is completed, a totem ignites, and the obsession has their aura revealed for 8 seconds every 30 seconds. Then a new survivor is randomly chosen to be the obsession. We had to set the timing there to count for things like Nemesis, the perk. Otherwise, you'd have like permanent undetectable, but that is how that would work. Now, the caveat here is only the obsession can see the aura of the totem that the perk is tied to, and only the obsession is the one who can begin cleansing the perk. So basically, as the match is going on, there's a constant cycling mini quest that one of these survivors will eventually have to do. Otherwise, they'll have to deal with a pretty nasty penalty of just constantly having their aura read. Now, I try to stay away from repair debuffs because it's just fucking boring. I think that's the very ineffective way to do slowdown. But having a constant, very long, if you have Lethal Pursuer, for example, that's 10 seconds of aura reading every 30 seconds. So basically 1/3 of the time, the killer just has wall hacks on you. That's a very, very annoying effect you'd have to deal with. So you would have to basically go on this mini quest because the obsession's the only one that can see it. But your quest only lasts 30 seconds. So you only have 30 seconds to do this quest. And the killer might see you running towards the totem and interrupt it. So it's not always a guarantee you're going to be able to instantly cleanse it and make this perk do basically nothing. Now, at the same time, I had to think, well, what if people start combining it with Thrill of the Hunt, Face of Darkness, and shit like that? So I had to make it clear you can only begin cleansing it if you are the obsession. Begin cleansing it, which means if you are already cleansing it and the obsession switches, you can still finish cleansing it. Otherwise, it would be uncleansable. That would be completely broken. So I think that'd be an interesting way to do it. It's more of an intermittent switching of the obsession thing, and that's got inherent synergies with other perks. Play with your food, save the best for last. You can mess with stuff like that. So I think that would be a much more interesting way to do it than, hey, this guy does gen slower until the totem lasts. So a bit more complicated, but I think that'd be a lot more interesting. Wandering Eye is one of those perks that it's really not that bad, but just with a very quick tweak, I think it could be way better. Right now, basically all it is, whenever you start chasing a survivor, you see every injured survivor within a very small radius. So it's very situationally useful. Very situationally useful. So I want it to be more of a global effect, but if I make it completely global, it has to have a bit of a requirement. Otherwise, it would be overpowered. So now it's whenever you start chasing a healthy survivor, for the next 5 seconds, you see the auras of all other injured survivors on the map. Now, that means if you're playing like, Plague, for example, and everyone's injured, you can't just have free aura reading on everyone all the time. Someone's got to be healthy for this to trigger on everybody else. We thought about allowing it to work on everybody, but I think that would legit be too strong on like Plague and Legion and shit like that. So the requirement would be chasing a healthy survivor, then you see every other injured survivor just to get some good map awareness. Maybe you drop this chase because someone's in a much worse position, blah, blah, blah. So I think that would be a lot better than having this tiny AoE that basically has, hey, if there's a guy right next to you, you can see him. It's like, yeah, I can already see him. He's right next to me. Like, I think that AoE is just so restricting, but otherwise the perk itself is fine. All Shaking Thunder. This is a pretty fun perk that basically gives you coup if you drop off a ledge. The problem is there's just not that many ledges on certain maps, so it's pretty situational. So I think the perk being so situational has to be buffed pretty significantly. So what the new All Shaking Thunder is going to do is the same requirement. Whenever you fall from at least 1.25 meters, now all survivors within 20 meters scream and reveal their location. So that just thematically makes perfect sense. You slam to the ground, people go, oh, like that. This just makes perfect sense. The theming is perfect there. Now, you still get the increase to your lunge attacks for 25 seconds. That remains the exact same. And just for shits and giggles, we add a very rare caveat of if you land on a survivor, you can damage them for a health state. We were thinking of how to abuse this, and we were thinking, what if someone camps the top of basement stairs to drop on someone? But it's still no better than just hitting them as they're unhooking in the basement. Because if you're sitting at the top, you basically have to let them go save for free. Because you can't be downstairs and also drop down on them at the same time. So we thought about a bunch of ways this could be abused, and I can't really think of any, but I would love to see every once in a while a stupid ass clip of just a clown landing on a guy and he just fucking dies. Just tell me that would not be the funniest shit on the planet. Again, that's barely even part of the perk. It's more of just a for fun random thing that might happen rarely, but really the main buff is the information reveal. That is going to be the main thing. It's sort of like a nowhere to hide, but when you slam to the ground instead. So it's, again, situational. You can't do this everywhere. And in fact, a lot of maps, there's nowhere you can use it, but it'll significantly increase its effect when you do that by giving you the information to find someone and chase them, and then have a longer lunge to be able to down them as well. So it's got synergy with itself. Next, Cruel Limits. I think Cruel Limits overall is kind of fine. It just doesn't trigger enough. All it is whenever a gen's completed, you see the auras of all windows, and all the windows are blocked for half a minute. Boring, simple effect. The effect is fine. It just doesn't trigger enough, in my opinion. So, simple change. Whenever a generator is completed, a totem is cleansed or a totem is blessed, same effect happens. So now totems go on top of that, so you can slap them on hex builds, or you can slap it on the new Shattered Hope and have on-demand blocking of windows and things like that for 30 seconds. Like, the perk itself is fine. It's too infrequent to get value, and very often the durations will stack upon each other to the point where you just entirely waste one instance of it. So the effect is fine, it just doesn't happen enough. So I thought by giving a couple more ways to let it happen, that would be enough to make it considerably better. Undone. So Undone is an absolutely terrible perk because it's that whole type of idea that I was talking about earlier, where it really only benefits you if you're going against people that just can't hit basic skill checks, at which point, why do you need perks? These perks that are designed to only beat new players are so bad. So, again, removing the requirement of missing a skill check for it. So now we're making it based on the killer. I don't like that the survivors control your stacks. Now the killer controls your stacks, but only basic attacks to not buff the top tiers and stuff like that. So now it's whenever you hit a survivor with a basic attack, you earn a token up to 5. Whenever you damage a generator, you spend all of your tokens. For each token spent, the generator regresses 50% faster. So basically, if you down somebody, you'll have Call of Brian on a generator. If you down 2 people without kicking someone, you'll have double Call of Brian on a generator. And if you basically just hit 5 people, then you'll have an absolutely giga cracked out Call of Brian that will regress a generator even faster than the generators put progression on it. But it's got a 5-hit requirement. It's not like you can just go around holding a 3-gen for free. It's an extremely strong perk if you charge it, but if you aren't able to charge it and you're just trying to hold a 3-gen, it won't really do much of anything for you. So I think it's balanced like that, because Call of Brian will give you that same slowdown no matter what with no requirement, but this has a much higher ceiling, but it also requires much more of the killer to be able to benefit from the perk. So I think that'd make it fair. A lot of people were scared by this initial value there. You guys got to remember, generators regress 4 times slower than survivors progress them. So even if you have something 200% faster, it's still really not that much of a difference. So those numbers scare people, but I promise for the amount you'd have to put into it, it would be balanced in my opinion. So simple effect. It's still undone. You're undoing the generator, but you're not relying on terrible players not knowing how to basic skill checks in order to benefit from this. Next, we have Bloodhound, which is just a very boring, not good perk. All it does is make pools of blood a bit easier to see. Half the time, it doesn't even fucking matter because it's like in grass or some type of terrain where you just can't even see the blood to begin with. So this perk does basically nothing. So I thought I would decide to make it actually usable by making it so you could see blood through walls within 12 meters, which is a pretty short distance. It's basically 3 seconds of running, or a little less than 3 seconds of running as the killer, and exactly 3 seconds of running as the survivor. So it's not a very huge radius, but it would be nice for certain scenarios where people might be hiding on like indoor maps and things like that, just to give it some additional actual value that you couldn't get by just being observant without a perk. So there's also an additional effect to it where if a survivor fully heals, then they still leave blood pools for 20 seconds. I think perks like this should have self-synergy with themselves, so you can benefit in multiple ways from it. And again, anytime you have a perk that's changed like this, you need to ask yourself, is this better than, Pain Res and Pop Goes the Weasel and Deadlock and Corrupt Intervention? No, it's still not going to be anywhere near those perks. It's just a much better, much more information perk than it currently has. And thematically, it makes sense too. Because if blood is behind a wall, it's not like a dog looking for the blood is going to go, well, there's a wall here, so I don't know where it went. It's gone forever. It's like, no, you can still tell when it's relatively nearby. So thematically, I think that makes sense, and that information should give you a lot more value running the perk. Next, we have Shadowborn. I don't like the whole idea of being blinded. I know the very original version of Shadowborn made your FOV bigger, but made it so you get blinded for longer, and that's why the blinding element is still thematically tied to the perk, but I feel like that doesn't really super jive with like being in the shadows. I understand like a light against the shadow is combative and stuff like that, but I kind of wanted to retweak this one a bit more away from what Behaviour actually did. So my version of basically how this perk works, it's sort of like how the Fearmonger works in 2v8, where every second you're not seen by any survivors, you gain a token up to 30, and your terror radius is reduced by 1 meter per token. Whenever you enter a chase or a survivor loses a health state, you lose all your tokens. So this would be for killers that are specifically not stealth killers, to give them some form of stealth. Now, at its absolute highest level, you could have like a Bubba with a 2 meter terror radius, which is absolutely terrifying. But you also have to keep in mind he would need to not be seen by anybody for 30 seconds, which is a pretty long time to not be chasing or downing someone in the game. So realistically, you're probably looking at about half that. So you're looking at like having the terror radius for some killers, which for some killers is really, really good because it'll get you within chasing distance a lot more comfortably than, a killer that's got a big terror radius and has no way of really approaching someone in any way without them knowing that they're coming. So this will be sort of a gradual kind of scaling slider with your terror radius. You'd be able to tell exactly how big or small your terror radius is based on the tokens, and it fits the whole idea of Shadowborn more. Now for the detection, it would be something like what it is, with Fearmonger, where I think it's like within 32 meters a survivor can see you, and anything past that doesn't count as them actually seeing you. So just basically that logic, and I think that's a lot more interesting than relying on survivors to blind you to gain haste, which I think is a very boring and also kind of stupid effect. I just, no one uses Shadowborn for that reason, and I think this would make it a lot more usable on killers like, Leatherface and, shit like that. So I think that'd be a lot more interesting. Next, we have Human Greed. So Human Greed, I have changed in... This is probably one of the least realistic of all the reworks so far. I've tried to make all of these very, very doable with functions that already exist in the game. This is probably the most out there, in my opinion, but it also, I think, kind of matches the theming of Dracula and the curses and the Wretched Fate and all that stuff. I feel like it's a lot better than what we used to have. What it currently does in the game right now is when a survivor gets within 8 meters of a locked chest, you see their aura, and you can basically close chests. That's sort of all it does. It's not useless on certain builds, but it's really not very useful. So here's what the reworked version does. You start the trial with 2 extra chests. Whenever a survivor gets within 8 meters of a chest, you see their aura, so it still retains the previous effect. Now here's where the crazy shit comes in. Whenever a survivor obtains an item other than the one they entered the trial with, which means if they pick up someone else's item that's been dropped with Franklin's, or they dramaturgy a new item, or they get a new item from a chest, or whatever, that item becomes temporarily cursed. Cursed items behave differently on use. Now, flashlights will blind the user when the killer gets blinded. Toolboxes will instantly explode as if they missed a skill check one time. Medkits reveal the aura of the user. Keys reveal the survivors to the killer when used as well, in addition to that aura. Maps will show totems and generators that don't even exist, and all survivors in the area of a fog vial will instead have their aura revealed. Once that effect takes place one time, the curse is lifted and the item returns to normal. So basically, if you get an item that's not your starting item and you use it, there will be basically a troll effect tied to it. So that could lead to a lot of funny scenarios. This is less me trying to make a meta perk and more trying to make just a really fun, silly, like dramaturgy style or plot twist style, very silly, entertaining clip farming type of perk. So I don't know how useful this will be, but I think that kind of fits the whole curse theme that Dracula kind of has a lot more than what we currently have. And this one is a lot harder to balance too because it's some wacky ideas, but just at least enter that design space into your mind. And obviously you can tweak some of this stuff, but I think that would be way more fun and interesting. But I will admit, this is probably the least realistic one on this entire list. And that does it for the killer perks. But survivors also have perks, and they have a lot of really shitty perks as well. As a caveat, starting out, I want to make it clear I'm ignoring the teamwork perks because they are so fundamentally stupid that I don't know how to rework them, because they specifically require survive with friends to like benefit from any of the effects of these perks. And I don't like perks that only benefit survive with friends and do nothing for solo queue. I think that design is terrible. You should be doing the opposite. It shouldn't help survive with friends as much and should be very beneficial in solo queue. So all the teamwork perks just inherently, I think, are fundamentally flawed. I don't even know how to begin to fix them while maintaining the original theming of these perks, so I just ignored them entirely. That being said, starting with Apocalyptic Ingenuity, this perk is god-awful, but the effect isn't terrible. Like, making a fragile pallet anywhere you want is not super useful. It basically guarantees a dead zone now becomes like a little 50-50 area for the killer. So it's better than nothing, but it's not like an amazing effect. The problem is the amount of effort you need to charge this perk up is stupid. You need to rummage or unlock 2 chests, which means you either need to bring another rummage perk or run around and look for another chest after you do another one. That's so much wasted time to basically extend one loop for like 10 seconds maybe. So I think the perk's effect is okay. It's just too hard to charge. This is very simple rework. It's just simply after you rummage or unlock a chest. That's it. It takes 1 chest instead of 2. That drastically improves how often you can actually use the perk. And even if the killer does have to encounter it, it's not like a death sentence or anything. It's not like you're making a permanent new shack palette. It's still a fragile palette. You can play the little respect mind game. And, you know, the most it does is create like another 50-50. So it still provides value, but because it's more consistent, it's not really overpowered or anything like that. I think that'd be just a simple fix. Doesn't really need anything more than that. Next, we have Invocation Treacherous Crows. This perk is possibly the worst perk in the entire game. I don't know how they decided that this perk would even be worthy of an invocation perk, but invocations, if you're unaware, require you to go into the basement and sit and channel this thing for a very long time. Other people can help you, but it's kind of a waste of time efficiency-wise to do that. And the other one, Weaving Spiders, does a pretty nice effect. You basically apply a brand new part to every generator on the map. So if you do it very quickly at the start of the match, it's actually pretty good value. This does fucking nothing. Occasionally, the killer's aura will be revealed if they're in the radius, and also they disturb a crow, and also it lasts 2 seconds, and also you're injured and broken, and you had to waste a shit ton of time setting this up. God-awful perk. So I want to buff it by a lot. I forgot to make this green. How embarrassing. Now people will not know that it's changed. Oh, well. So it's going to do the same type of thing, but it's going to do way more. So you still get the aura reveal whenever a killer scares a crow. The radius requirement is completely removed. It's completely unnecessary. Whenever the killer disturbs a crow in any way, all survivors will see the killer's aura for 2 seconds. Now, survivors will also no longer disturb crows. So perks like Spies in the Shadows actually won't do anything anymore. Killers can't get information behind a wall where normally if you ran by there, you'd set off a crow. Crows also land 50% faster in order to benefit more with the aura reading, and then every other effect applies. So basically, I'm tripling down on it giving much more information and also at the same time making the survivors a bit more stealthy during the match so they never disturb crows, and perks like Spies in the Shadows cannot reveal people anymore based on that fact. It's still a massive setup for it, but now it gives way more consistent information, and the survivors' stealth aspects have gone up quite a bit. If you don't see the value of this line right here, survivors no longer disturbing crows, you're probably not super experienced this killer, because I can tell you, after playing this game for basically 10 years, crows are one of the most important bits of information the killer has. So if you had a very, painful way to turn that off, that might actually be worth doing now. So that would be the rework where Treacherous goes, still keeping the spirit of the perk the same, but it's not gonna, just do nothing at this point. Next, we have Rapid Response. Rapid Response, it's not really like a useless perk, but I think it's such a thematic fail that it needs to be changed. Nothing about this perk shows a rapid response. It's Aurella's perk. It's supposed to be like, a medic going to the scene type thing. But we just have a scenario where you fast exit a locker, you gain exhausted and see an aura. What the fuck? How is that what is that rapidly responding to? So I want it to be more of like an actual medical personnel type perk. So it's sort of similar to the other perks as well, but this would now basically be a run to someone's aid perk. Kind of like how background players, once they're downed, it does something. This would be when someone's injured. So whenever another survivor loses a health state, you gain 25% haste for 5 seconds. This sounds scary at first, but when you realize if it's another survivor losing a health state, you're not being chased. So it's not like you get 25% haste in a chase or anything. You and that survivor see each other's aura for 5 seconds, and if you take a protection hit within the next 30 seconds, you gain elusive for 10 seconds, and the entire perk has a 30-second cooldown. So I actually lengthened the cooldown a little bit because this does way more now. But basically, this would be the kind of perk where if you saw a teammate get injured, you would see their aura, they would see your aura, they would see you booking it towards them much faster, so they would know that, hey, this is now a good solo queue perk, because I know, hey, this guy's going to come and actually try to body block for me. And if you do get the successful body block, then you get elusive for 10 seconds to make you harder to down as well. So it's got synergy with itself, it's actually a rapid response, and it lets solo queue players have a lot more coordination with body blocks, which is completely lacking entirely. I've just tried to design a lot of these perks to benefit solo queue mostly and not really do much for Survive with Friends, because I think that's how perk design should be. We should make Survive with Friends not stronger, make solo queue stronger. That way Survive with Friends, Killer, and solo queue are a bit more even. So I tried to design perks like that, and I think this would be really good for solo queue body blocking. Next, we have Moment of Glory, which I think is an okay perk. It just has the same problem as Apocalyptic Ingenuity, where it just simply takes too much to charge up. So again, very simple rework. The effect is the same. You passively heal after a minute when you become injured, but you only need to unlock one chest or rummage through one chest. People might say, oh, it's too strong. You get, a full passive heal without having to actually heal yourself. You can be in a gen the whole time. Yeah, it's still a full minute. The effect can still be countered by the killer hitting you in the face. They have a full minute to do that, which is a pretty long time to not get hit. So this is one of those perks that is potentially useful. It's just not active enough. So I think making this active more might entice the killer to actually continue focusing you. You might be in a really good area, and that might be a good thing for you. Even if you don't get the perk value and you go down, maybe the killer started chasing you in an area where he normally wouldn't, because he doesn't want you to get that full reset. So I think the effect of the perk is fine, just the amount that it activates is not fine. So just like Apocalyptic Ingenuity, very quick change, just make it require only one chest. Next, we have Red Herring, which is a really funny perk, but it truthfully is just simply not that effective. For those who don't know, this is the kind of perk where you repair a generator, and if you go into a locker, that generator explodes. So even if you're not on the generator, the killer might think you're over there working on the gen, checks it out, doesn't see anybody there, is like, what the fuck? But that's kind of all it does. So I want it to be a bit more of a misdirection perk, and also have a new type of niche that I don't think we have anything like. So now this will be after you repair a generator for at least 10 seconds instead of the 1 second. So it's going to take longer to charge this. 10 times longer to charge it, basically. Now, whenever you hide in a locker, the killer is alerted to that generator, and scratch marks will appear in a path leading away from it. They've already shown they can do this with things like diversion. It already generates scratch marks, so this is not impossible at all. Now, if the killer damages that generator within 20 seconds, it doesn't lose progress, and it doesn't start regressing. So basically, this will allow you to mark one generator after working on it one time to be immune to a generator kick, basically. Again, it's only for 20 seconds, so if a killer's trying to hold a 3-gen, it's not going to do too much there, but it can stop a kick at a crucial time. Sort of, it's not really like Repressed Alliance, which blocks the gen entirely. Like, if the killer decides to kick the generator, he'll see that it's not regressing, and he'll have that information that that perk is active. But it'll just be another way to kind of combat that, even though it's only tied to one generator, and it's not going to necessarily stop like a killer from 3-genning. It will give you a bit more value now. The whole idea is you're trying to bait the killer into going to a generator you're not working on. And if the killer takes the bait and goes to that generator, sees that no one's there, what's he going to do? The only thing he can do is kick the generator and leave. This will basically be rewarding the survivor for bamboozling the killer. Otherwise, it won't really do much of anything. You need to actually trick the killer in order for this perk to actually do something. And if you do, you're more heavily rewarded than you were before. So I think that's a better way to look at it. Numbers can be tweaked a little bit to maybe be not so strict against anti-3 gens, but just the concept is there for it to be more rewarding if you actually trick the killer. Next, we have Come and Get Me, which I think is a perfectly okay perk. I think it can be simplified a lot more. This is the Rick perk, and it's very thematic for Rick Grimes as well. Basically, whenever you unhook a survivor, you can you basically draw the killer to you. The killer sees your aura, you scream, and all injured and down survivors around you become much more stealthy. I say we just bump up the AoE slightly to 32 meters and just make it elusive instead. Basically group all these things together and make it elusive, that we can do, the exact same thing. It needs to be clear that it will not apply to you. Otherwise, the elusive would counter your own aura reading. But just make it elusive, make it a bit stronger in that sense. But I think thematically, the perk is actually pretty cool as a, I want to protect everybody else type perk. It just doesn't need to have all separate lines. It can just have elusive on top of all that while also having a bigger AoE. Again, not a very crazy or exciting change here, but something to significantly buff the viability of it, I think. Next, we have Deadline. Deadline is the perk by, oh my god, I'm blanking, Alan Wake, that allows you to have more skill checks, but they appear in random places when you're injured. And it can be significantly harder to hit those skill checks, but the caveat is you get more skill checks, which can synergize with a lot of other builds. The problem is I don't really like things that are RNG related in that sense without any other type of requirement. I also don't like, the whole idea of the punishing the mischeck, but it does sort of have to be part of the perk. Otherwise, when it synergizes with other perks, it can actually be overpowered. So what I want to do here is just make it so every time a generator is completed, things start changing. So it's Deadline. I wanted it to be more of as you near the deadline of the match. So currently the deadline, it doesn't thematically really work. I guess you can say when you're injured, you're under pressure sort of a little bit, but that's not really a deadline. A deadline is the game is getting closer and closer to completion. So as that happens, you get more and more efficient. So for every generator completed, skill checks are 5% more likely to appear. So this is half of the base value. So with no generators completed, the perk does basically nothing. With one generator completed, it's weaker than the current version. And from 2 generators onward, it's the same or better. Now, because it's being nerfed at the beginning, I wanted to change a little bit here. So you still get the whole random places, but the random places start becoming more and more increasingly random. So the complete tops and corners of your screen, basically. But skill checks now also have 50% more base effect for each generator completed. So again, that basically means if you have 2 generators completed, you will have skill checks appear just as commonly as Deadline. It'll be a bit harder to now hit these skill checks, but the skill checks have more base effect. I wanted to make it clear it's base effect, not whatever your current effect is additionally, because then you can run a medkit with the suture add-ons that adds 10% progress. Then you have 50% more than that, and that's overpowered as shit. So it's just off of the base 1% progression you actually get. So if you had 2 generators completed, your great skill checks will now give you 2% progress instead of 1. Hyperfocus, in a nutshell, will still be more effective at all times, but it's going to be a more risky play to run this because you're still going to have that penalty. The skill checks are going to be in more random places as you get further and further to completion, and it also doesn't do much of anything for the first 2 gens. So it's more of a pushing towards endgame perk, which will help in 3 gen type scenarios, but if you are able to hit those skill checks, you will have a bit more of a benefit. And just for an example, if there was 1 generator left, your skill checks would be 3% progress, your great skill checks. And by that point, they're going to be all over the fucking place. It's going to be much harder to do. I had people bring up, what about cheaters? Cheaters are going to be able to hit those skill checks every time. Every time someone brings it up, I just have to say, who cares? They're cheating. They can press a button and insta-finish all gens. You don't balance around cheaters. I understand that's annoying, and cheaters might subtly use that, but they're already fucking cheating. You don't balance the game around cheaters. That just doesn't work like that. So I think they'll make Deadline a lot more viable. Again, people might consider this perk to be like, oh, super strong, but you guys got to realize nobody is using Deadline. This is like the 7th least used perk in the entire game. So we want to see it pushed a lot higher, and I think if we push it towards more of an endgame anti-3-gen type scenario, it's much more thematic and possibly much more effective as well. Next, we have Boon Illumination, which is not really a terrible perk, and it's okay for solo queue, but I really want this to be the de facto aura Boon perk. I want this to be like the Giga Aura perk, because right now, all you do is basically see generators. No one gives a shit about seeing chest auras. So we're just going to buff the shit out of the aura aspects of it. So now you can boon the totem, and here's what you'll see instead. You'll still see session generators, but you will now see auras in range of it. You will also see the progress of generators, and you will also see the auras of other survivors. So this, again, for Survive with Friends, not going to really do much. For solo queue, it's going to give you a lot more information now. Now, if a survivor is just haphazardly running through that boon, they're going to see every generator. They're going to see all the other survivors, and they're also going to see the progress of those generators as well. This will give you a lot more information that, again, Survive with Friends just gets for free, but this will give you a lot more information if you walk into the Boon area, because now you'll actually be able to see which generators are being worked on, which might have been worked on, but a killer chased someone off. This generator is orange, and I see someone running away from it. That's the gen I'm going to go finish now. So basically, this will give a lower level of Survive with Friends coordination to solo queue, while still also having the requirement of a boon totem that the killer can simply break. So I think that would be a lot better. I don't think they need to be safe with aura reading in this scenario here. I thought about adding the killer aura reading as well, but I thought that might be a little too much. This will just be the ultimate information perk for solo queue all the time, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. It still doesn't out-meta the meta perks, but it is something that you actually genuinely might benefit from heavily in solo queue. The amount of information that'll give players that are not really good at macro gameplay, it would be really, really good for helping them bridge the gap, because that would be just, a very useful thing for solo queue in general. Next, we have Cut Loose. Cut Loose, I think, is an already pretty cool perk. I kind of like the concept of it. I just think it is a little, just not quite good enough. So I wanted to give this perk sort of its own unique niche here. So basically what it does right now is if you vault a window, if you vault back in a 6-second window, you basically have quick and quiet. So it's for basically like revaulting a window. When the killer tries to double back, he's not going to know you've double back. It's a pretty situationally useful perk, but I want it to be a bit better. So same thing here. The initial effect is the exact same. This is also the same, but you medium vault 10% faster. This perk is basically designed to be used exclusively with medium vaulting, because you're supposed to immediately vault back. So your medium vault is 10% faster, which is not as big of a deal as you might think it is, because medium vaults are still vastly slower than fast vaults. But windows blocked by consecutive vaulting are now blocked for 5 less seconds. This is, again, a somewhat niche effect, but could every once in a while be significantly useful for returning to an area that has a blocked window. You might be able to actually get one additional vault out of it now if you're able to successfully run the killer around for that long of a time. The base timer resets at 30 seconds. This would basically make it 25 seconds. So again, not going to be useful in every window, but situationally in the right scenario, especially when used by good players, this could be very, very effective, but I don't think it'd be so much that it would be overpowered. Next, we have Rookie Spirit, which basically just says after you hit 3 skill checks, you see regressing generator auras. Very boring effect, not useless, kind of just has an unnecessary requirement for the effect, but not nearly useful enough to consider running. So the new effect is going to actually have a new type of niche as well. Whenever a generator is regressing, you see its aura. Just basic, you don't need a requirement for it. It's not a powerful enough effect to require skill checks to build up, and even so, 3 skill checks is just nothing. It just happens normally. So now, you repair regressing generators damaged by the killer 200% faster. When you stop regressing a generator, 10 seconds. Or when you stop a generator from regressing, it has a 10-second cooldown. This is to prevent abusing things like when the killer has ruin, for example. So basically, the point of this is that 5 seconds that you have to repair a generator, the niche of this perk would be resetting that timer significantly faster. So when a killer kicks a generator, you want it to stop regressing, it's going to take you 5 seconds of repairing. So if you would have 100% faster, you do it, 2.5 seconds. 200% faster, it would be basically 1.25 seconds. So this perk saves you, 3.75 seconds or whatever of time every time the killer kicks a generator in order to get to the point where it's not regressing again. So it still has the original information, but it now has a new, not overpowered, but notable niche of actually being anti-regression when the killer applies regression events to generators. So again, it's not like you're going to do the generator 200% faster. You're going to do a tiny little fraction of it 200% faster to get it to the point where it's not regressing again. But there are no perks like that in the game. And I think that would be an interesting way to tack on to a perk that's already kind of useless to make you actually have it have a somewhat usable effect against, any killer that's running gen regression, which, let's be real, is going to be most killers. It's not overpowered or anything like that, but it will significantly help stopping that, regression event from happening for a longer amount of time, things like that. So I think that's enough to give it its own little, spot in the world there. Curious to hear what you guys think about that one. I was arguing with my chat a bit more on that one. It was not full unanimous there. So curious to hear what you guys think. Better than new. So better than new used to actually apply to generator speeds, and it was like kind of okay there. And then they removed it and the perk became absolutely worthless. So whenever you finish healing another survivor until they take damage, they bless totems faster, they heal a bit faster, and they unlock chests faster. This basically doesn't matter. This doesn't matter at all. 16% faster heal is okay. It's going to save you like a second on a heal. It's really not anything. So I basically want these things to be just like the perks idea is okay. This shit needs to just be significantly buffed across the board. So you bless and cleanse 30% faster, you heal 35% faster, they unlock chest 150% faster, and they unhook 15% faster. I wanted to be a little conservative with the unhooking because that's more of a niche for No One Left Behind and Desperate Measures, for example. So those perks need to have higher values of that, obviously. But I wanted to give it a little something else in addition to the other effects that it actually has. The chest thing, you might as well just teleport open the chest because it's a fucking chest. It's not even that useful. But buffing the heal by basically double would be pretty useful. And if you had a killer running hex perks, then doubling the cleansing speed as well could actually be pretty useful. So at the very least, you'll get a lot more value just from the raw numbers of it now. And even the unhook speed occasionally might help you out a little bit. Again, this is like the idea of the perk is fine. When you heal them, you kind of apply a buff, and that's totally fine. But they just didn't do enough with the buff. I didn't want to re-add generator speeds to it because I don't like perks that make generators go faster or slower for that matter. I wish the game didn't have regression or progression, but that's how it works. And we have to just, live around that. So I don't want to add that back, but let's make everything else the perk does significantly better and then add the unhook speed as well. I think that might be enough to make it usable. Pharmacy. So Pharmacy used to be an extremely good perk because green medkits were amazing at self-care speed. Now, since all medkits have the same effects, basically, it's kind of worthless. So I think it should have a new type of effect to make sure it has its own, purpose in the world. So now it's whenever you unlock a chest, it will contain a rare medkit with at least 2 rare add-ons. So now this could give you things that might not do much, like, a syringe, or I'm sorry, not a syringe. Well, I mean, it could be a syringe or a styptic that might not do very much, or you could get abdominal dressings or one of the sutures. Could be some good stuff. But at the very least, it'll be a bit more fun because you don't know what you're going to get. You could get a medkit that actually has multiple heals in it. So just depending on what you get, that's a little fun RNG aspect to it. The main thing is here, you are 33% more efficient with medkits. So basically, instead of getting, only one self-care on yourself, if you were to roll a charge add-on, you might actually be able to get 2. It's not going to be guaranteed because you wouldn't have enough without add-ons that give you additional charges, but if you get lucky, you might have enough for a charge, or you can heal 2 people with a medkit now instead of 1. So I think that would make it a lot more usable. There is no medkit efficiency perk except, well, no, not body knowledge anymore. There used to be a deficiency, but there's no perk like that exists right now. And medkits have been nerfed to the point where I think this is now okay. Again, back in the day, I would say absolutely not because medkits used to be way, way stronger. But nowadays, I think medkits have been nerfed to the point where we can introduce a medkit efficiency perk and not have it break the game. I think that would be completely fine. Additionally, the whole sound opening the chest thing, you might as well just make it no sound. If you're trying to make it the de facto stealth opening chest perk, why not just make it make no sound? I don't know why it's got this 12 meter shorter radius. It's only it's like only audible from like 14 meters. So the fuck, just make it no sound. So maybe a bit more controversial there, but I think medkits have been nerfed enough for this to be an acceptable change to Pharmacy now. Next, we have Visionary. This one is not really a exciting rework or anything like that. What it used to do is within 32 meters, you see the auras of generators. Whenever gen gets completed, you have a cooldown. Now this is whenever you're within 32 meters of, any generators, you see generators and their progress. So sort of like a non-Boon, weaker but more consistent version of Illumination just for yourself. This will allow you to see generators in your range and know what their progress is based on the color of the generator. So you can move towards a gen, see that it's white, you can know nobody's on that one, it's fresh generator, or you can be, I don't know, moving towards the Gallows gen from behind Shaq and see that it's orange and go, okay, I need to go there and finish the Gallows gen on Dead Dog because that's a very important gen to finish. I think introducing the intensity of generators to a couple of perks will dramatically help solo queue players and not really do much for surviving friends because they can already tell which percent is at what, you know? So that's, again, a very consistent theme here is buffing things for solo queue and not making them stronger for survive with friends. So I think that will be significantly more useful for, Visionary's rework. Next, we have Up the Ante. This is by far the most crackhead design in this entire thing. The other perk of, I think it was a Human Greed, where it was doing some silly stuff. That had a little bit of silliness. This is by far the silliest shit on the planet. And I don't know. I just want to see how this would work in the game. It's so wild that it might actually be balanced, but let's see. So Up the Ante right now, all it is the, hey, we can kill ourselves perk. That's basically people bring Up the Ante so they can kill themselves on hook, or four-mans will bring in and stack it so they can actually unhook themselves. Either situation is just frustrating and stupid. I think Up the Ante is really dumb. So the whole idea of Up the Ante, it's like a gamble, right? You're supposed to be gambling. You're supposed to be, kind of putting it all in, you're upping the ante, and that kind of jives with the whole idea of ace and gambling and all that shit too. So I wanted it to be more of a gamble to use it. So right up the bat, it's an invocation now. You got to go in the basement, invocate like every other invocation perk. So that already is a massive risk doing that as well. Here's the crazy shit. Whenever the invocation is completed, all survivors can attempt to unhook themselves and are always successful. This means if a survivor is on their first hook, they have deliverance with no penalty. Every survivor, obviously other than you, is able to unhook themselves on their first hook. Now, obviously, the killer would know this because the perk would be active, but the amount of pressure that puts on the killer is absolutely massive. You're giving 3 people the ability to unhook themselves. Again, slugging can counter this as well. It has counters, but very, 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 very strong effect. The downside is you instantly gain 2 hook states. You don't become broken with this invocation. So you're basically trading your life for the lives of your teammates. They will be able to gain an immense amount of pressure by being able to unhook themselves, but you also lose a lot of pressure because you are now on death hook. You can still avoid the killer, and it's not like you're going to instantly die and you're not harder to kill or you're not harder to down because you're not broken or anything, but if you are hooked once, you are basically dead. Now, there are ways to mitigate this. You could try to shoulder the burden, stuff like that, but honestly, shoulder the burden is its own problem that probably needs a change. So I don't really want to focus on shoulder the burden existing. If it is a problem, this perk can be reworked to simply say you die when you are hooked or something like that. We can change it to work with shoulder the burden if we actually need to. That's fine. But I think this would be a very good example of a crazy gamble. And I think that's nothing more thematic than that when it comes to Ace. So I'm curious to hear probably the most about what you guys think about that perk. It's absolutely fucking wild. I agree this is a crackhead perk design. It might be incredibly stupid and broken or not that good or whatever. I don't know. This is one of the perks where I was like, fuck it, fuck realism. Let's just do the dumbest thing I can think of. But there's nothing like this in the game, and I think that would actually be worthy of an invocation. So definitely curious to hear what you guys think about that one. This was very fun to design, but it might be very stupid. Now, going back to a bit more realistic things, we have Road Life, which is just a very weird perk. It's this sort of perk where you've got to hit 4 great skill checks, and when you hit those 4 great skill checks, then you can heal 100% faster one time, which is just a weird perk. That's just not good at all. Hitting the 4 great skill checks not only requires you to actually hit 4 great skill checks, but you need to actually get 4 skill checks on the thing that you're doing, which might not even happen. So that's not consistent. I wanted it to be a bit more consistent and also sort of a different style perk. Again, there's nothing other than, I think, Resurgence that does something like this in the game. So now, when injured, not broken, or repairing a generator without a toolbox, I've made clear that you can't use a toolbox, because with a toolbox, I think this would be overpowered because you can guarantee a shit ton of skill checks. When you hit a basic great skill check, you gain 15% healing progress. When you miss a basic skill check, you lose 10% progress. So basically, as you are doing the generator, if you're hitting greats, you heal 15%, then 30%, 45%. And technically, if you hit enough skill checks, you will actually be fully healed passively. You could also get healed to, 60%, then have a teammate finish it off there or something like that. But basically, it's the idea of doing a generator, hitting great skill checks, being rewarded for it by getting a bit of healing bar as well. This number is tweakable from 10 to 20%. You could probably mess with that. I don't know what the number should actually be. But because it can't be used with a toolbox, it's far less abusable to guarantee a shit ton of skill checks. Obviously, you can use the bongos, you can use deadline to guarantee more, but those are also going to have, other side effects of making the skill checks harder to use as well. So, that's, the number can be changed, but I like the idea of having it be a passive healing perk as you're hitting great skill checks, which is sort of along the lines of what it kind of does, because you can sort of do the same thing if you've got a med kit, right? You can hit those skill checks once the generator's done, then heal yourself very fast, and basically have like almost the same amount of time efficiency. This would be a bit better because this perk is terrible and it needs to be better, but I don't think it would be overpowered or anything like that. So that is what I would do with Road Life. That is overall the bottom 15 perks from Killer and Survivor. There are other perks that I wanted to look at, but they weren't in the least used. I thought it'd be fun to just start with this for now. Obviously, there's a lot of other stuff that can be changed. Again, the rest of this video will be all of the VODs of me just simply figuring out how we got to these points. Chat helped me make a couple of these decisions as well. And if you wanted to watch that, that is what that is. But that is all for my suggestions. Hopefully you liked some of them. Hopefully Behaviour can implement some of them. I've tried to make a lot of them as easy as possible. Again, there's like one or two that are cracked out insane stuff, but most of these are very easy to implement. And I'm curious to hear what you guys think. I would love to see more meta shakeups far more frequently. I think that would make everyone a lot happier, but thanks for watching. See you next time. Holy hell, this perk is bad. So what we're going to do here is copy this into this document. Septic Touch. Old. Does this. And then we're going to do new. Does this. Septic Touch. When a survivor within your Territorial is healing, they gain blindness and exhausted, and I think it expires after, it expires after 30 seconds. So, if we want to keep it healing related, I was going to say maybe it can apply Oblivious too, but that kind of like goes away from the like painful healing thing. So what I'm thinking is very simply we just add they gain hemorrhage. Did I spell that right? No. Is that how you spell that? Is that how you spell hemorrhage? I think that's how you spell hemorrhage. Appreciate him using dark mode. Yes, I'm doing this for you guys. Oh, let me move myself, by the way. Zoop. So, I think... Okay, so basically this is going to allow it. So if you ever walk in... Like, because if you, like, walk near a survivor that's healing, then it usually... Oh, yeah, there's an A. Hemorrhage. Thank you. What a weird fucking word, man. Okay, so basically if a killer is like near you in the Territorial, typically people like they might continue healing, but depending on the killer, you might back off of healing. So basically what this would do is when you are near somebody that's starting their heal, they're probably going to have to stop their heal if you're approaching or like in that general area of being nearby. So that makes it so their heal is interrupted and now it resets, and they also gain blindness and exhausted. So I think that is just enough. Like, I don't want to be like, it gives you like mangled too, because then you're just basically making it sloppy butcher. And I don't want to make it like no Territorial space, because then that's sort of a different theming of the perk in general. But I think that might be enough. Broken, I don't think is necessary. I think hemorrhage is enough. Because typically, if like you're approaching the area of someone that's healing and you've got this perk, either they continue to heal and then risk you being right on top of them and then just hitting them, or they, run away or go somewhere else, at which point their perk, their healing bar gets completely reset. So I think that might be enough to make people possibly use it while not changing. I think it's really important that we keep the base spirit of the perk as well. I think that is important. So I don't want to just completely change it. I want to keep like the idea of the perk the same. So just something like that. Again, we're just going to be throwing out rapid changes like this. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, whatever. At least we changed something. So there. Septic Touch done. Territorial Imperative. The linger isn't written in the old section. Oh. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, we'll just do bold. And then we'll do the changes in like green or something. There we go. Okay. Septic Touch. Now we're doing Territorial. Nope. Oops. Territorial Imperative. Old. Whenever survivor enters the basement, while you're 24 meters away from it, you see their aura for 6 seconds. Cooldown 45 seconds. What can we do to make this perk not extremely niche and bad? It's hard because when you're messing with the basement, that's like a really scary thing to mess with, because you don't really want like the basement to be a central component of the gameplay, because it typically promotes like not super fun things, but it's got to have something there. Why does it have a cooldown? I mean, yeah, obviously that's getting removed, but like I feel like it has to have a better effect. So Territorial Imperative is you have an area and you want that area to be monitored and protected, basically. That's the theme of the perk. What if the old effect stays with no cooldown, but it has a new effect on top of it? Yeah. We could do that. They stay in it too long, they become exposed. I'm trying to think how that could make saves impossible, but... Well, no, I don't really think that's going to do that much. Either you make it so the timer is too short and people get exposed before they can unhook if the killer body blocks a little bit, at which point it's overpowered as shit and no one can save, or it takes too long and it's pointless. So I don't think that's a good idea. After kicking Gen, first survivor to repair gets aura reveal for 6 seconds? What the hell does that have to do with Territorial Imperative? No, I think you guys are losing the theming of the perk. Like, trust me, it's infinitely easier to make these perks viable and useful while changing the base idea of the perk. But I want it to be I want to still keep like the core theme of the perk. But you guys are like talking about like an entirely new separate perk. Basement too long to get hindered. Again, I don't like that either, because why would you be in the basement for too long? What are you going to do? Punish someone using an invocation? Like, or going for a chest? They're already doing a suboptimal play to begin with. Having a perk that punishes suboptimal play is not great. It's not great. Yes, punish them. I'm just saying that won't be very effective. It's not going to do anything. If the killer enters basement, they see auras. It would have to have like a big AoE. I don't think you should... Well, actually, shit. No. I'm trying to think about like on maps with a central basement, like Dead Sands, for example. What, you get full team aura reading every time you pop into the basement a little bit. That would range from overpowered as shit to completely useless depending on the map you're on. I don't like that either. So you got to be really careful with that kind of stuff. You got to think about like it being consistent among maps and things like that. Change it to affect shack placement. Change it to affect shack instead of basement. Not every map has a shack, so that can't work either. That'll always be the case with basement perk. Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to think like this is a hard one. All right, let's do obvious things first. No cooldown. What are we doing? We're basically reworking like the bottom 10, 15 perks for both sides. So I don't know, Behaviour can possibly look at it and maybe make some of these changes to shift the meta a little bit, because we're all kind of bored right now. Scourge Hook thing, when you move 24 meters away after hooking a survivor in a Scourge Hook, you see the aura of that first survivor enters that AoE. I feel like that's Floods of Rage adjacent. I don't know. It seems slightly too similar. No, I do want it to be the basement. What am I doing after that? Nothing. I'm going back to sleep because I'm sick. Okay. So at the very least... This is unnecessary. I don't know why there's a minimum range. There doesn't need to be a cooldown either. So, 0. Put that in green. I don't know that survivors screaming when entering basement makes that... that would be a nerf to the perk, because survivors would be more aware that they're being revealed, you know what I mean? That would actually be really bad. Trap would be very impressive on some maps. I mean, Eerie Stone, Bloody Coil Trapper in basement is already a fucking nightmare. This we're not going to do the thing where one killer makes the perk annoying and then just make it shit for everybody else. That is already obnoxious as Trapper. Rework Trapper if you don't want that then. We're not going to ruin the perk because of just that. What if the perk rewards you for downing the survivor that gets revealed? You're never going to down the survivor. Unless you're like Bubba or something. That's too inconsistent, I think. Lock the basement for 20 seconds when someone enters? I don't like that idea. If you're camping basement, you already know people are ending basement. Yeah, but I'm saying you might be 20 meters away doing something else. I'm just saying this is not a huge buff yet. This is not good enough. I need to do more. But their requirements are unnecessary. Killer Instinct with the inner basement. I mean, if you're paying attention, the perk icon lights up. So I would just look there. I feel like that's unnecessary hand-holding 5 yards. When a survivor unhooks somebody, they gain exposed for 60 seconds. When a survivor unhooks somebody, they get exposed for 60 seconds, effect that you have. In the basement? Like, the idea of the perk is someone's in your territory and you need to get there to protect it. What if you give the killer... What if you give the killer haste as long as they're moving towards the basement? Like, basically, it would take Houndmaster's line mechanic, but it would be a line directly drawn towards the basement. Or something. I'm trying to, like, think of mechanics that already exist, because I want these to be able to be quick changes. So it's got to be something that already exists for them to be able to do that. He ain't doing that? I mean, it's like I'm saying, it already exists in the game. They just have to instead of the dog making it, it's a line. Like, it's not complicated to change from the dog source to the basement source. I mean, that's reworking it like entirely Blunderland. They made it to be a basement perk, so I'm trying to keep it a basement perk. It'd be harder to loop around Shack if the basement's there. No, because you wouldn't be entering the basement. Unless you went down the stairs for some reason. It would, like, trigger on going down the stairs, so if you're looping basement, it wouldn't matter. Line to basement that gives haste and undetectable. I kind of like that, yeah. Either or for 6 seconds. Okay, we're gonna have to put a cooldown then. Because multiple lines stacking on top of each other might cause issues. So, we have to put, like, a little bit of a cooldown on it. Sure, 20 seconds, that works. How much haste? These perks being reworked? Yeah. 8? No, that's not enough. You can't really use this as like a chase. So you can't like cheese this to down someone as a chase, so. You know what? Diminishing returns. Fuck it. 20% haste. The whole point of this is to make it enticing to use. Is that going to be overpowered? No. It's not. So I say we go 20%. 5 billion, you instantly teleport to the basement. Walking this trail gains 20% haste undetectable event. And for... Let's give it a slight... Now, you don't want to have too much wiggle room because then people could abuse it for chase and that would be shitty. We'll say for 3 seconds afterwards. 1, 2, 3. We'll do that. Yeah, this is not impossible because it already is using a mechanic that exists in the game with Houndmaster. It would just be don't even change the model. Make it the exact Houndmaster line. I don't care. So that seems plausible. All right, I think I'm happy with that. Will it make basement camping probably more annoying? No, not as much as you'd think. Because if someone's basement camping, they're not going to leave the area of the basement very much, so the haste is not going to matter very much. Like, they're still going to be doing it. This basically is like if you... This is basically a perk for me, now that I think about it, because I don't really camp the basement, and I don't even like the basement for it. But this would make it so if you did have someone in the basement and you were in a different chase, you would be able to get back there significantly faster. And there would only be like one trail at a time, because... If 2 survivors ran in there, you're not going to get 2 trails because the cooldown. So I think that's interesting enough. Okay. Next. Hex Overture of Doom. What the hell does this even do? Oh, right. The trial starts, adult totem ignites, and Hex is the farthest generator from it. After the survivor repairs the Hex generator for 5 seconds, you gain undetectable 30 seconds. For that time, your terror is set to that generator. When the Hex generator is repaired, the next farthest generator is hexed. Okay, the hell are we gonna do with that? Oops. It tells you where it's gonna be. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Alright, Overture of Doom. Old. New. Google Docs is a horizontal line under dropdown. It's fine. I will do it my incredibly inefficient way. Not a hex perk? That's what I'm thinking. This doesn't need to be a hex. Generator from you is marked. I'm trying to think, like... Thank you, Spyrobot. I'm trying to think if, like, that would be too strong. Is that too much undetectable? Well, no, because it's tied to one generator, and it's... Doesn't that create really annoying 3-gens? No, I mean, it just... You would have to deal with undetectable. Like... Would that really be game-breaking? Is that going to be better than, you know, the Hex build is going to be better than Pain Res and Pop. You got to think about, like, what's currently meta, and is this perk going to be better than that? I don't think so. It'll be different and useful, which is what we're going for. Yeah, Secret Project kind of does that already with Deadlock too, so. The arc generator for... Do we maybe make it 10 seconds? If it's not a Hex, maybe we tone it down slightly. Actually, no. It's such a bad Hex, it doesn't need toning down. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. I'm just trying to think. No, I'm going to do Survivor 2. I don't know how much I'll do today, because like I said, I've been feeling really sick, so. Trigger 1 time per generator like Tinker. That's sort of... that's what I'm thinking it. It's like basically reverse Tinker. That would be a unique, different way to do it. Okay. Then you do... Do we need the Territorial transferring part? I kind of just like the idea of reverse Tinker in general. It would have to be once per generator, right? So how do we word that? Okay, I know we'll do that. When the marked generator is prepared, next farthest generator that has not been marked yet becomes marked. That wording makes sense, right? That way it only triggers once per generator, but it's basically just reverse Tinkerer. And maybe we tone down the numbers a little bit. Like 10, 15, 20. Because it's going to be triggering more often now. Think that's fair? Like, I still don't think that would be OP or anything. But it probably needs to be toned down considering it's not a Hex anymore. And it's going to happen no matter what. Rather than you have a chance of it happening. So I think toning it down by 10 seconds is probably fair. Honestly, I kind of want to just remove this. Is it on the one generator permanently until it's completed? You just imagine survivors would just do that gen last or not at all. I mean, well, how is that any different from how the perk currently works? Sure, Fluff, why not? The lower rank perks values don't matter. It's always the max one that matters. But yeah, I mean, that's how it currently works now. And yeah, technically you could ignore it, but it might be like a really easy gen for them to do, so... they also won't necessarily know which generator is triggering that. Because it's no longer going to have the Territorial attached to it anymore. So you would just sort of have to, like, figure that out over time as like, the match is going. So yeah, I guess technically it might not get used. But you can also sort of push people into using it too, you know? Like, if a generator over here is marked, you just stay presently in this area, and then that one's going to get worked on, you know what I mean? So I think that actually introduces interesting macro gameplay from Killer, and survivors can also figure that out and try to play smartly as well. So I think that's whatever. It's better than before. It's better than before. Bromori, yes, pretty much. Let me just scoot this down a little bit. All right. It's fine. Hangman's trick. Hey, KMD, what's up? Oh boy. Talking about shitty perks. Hangman's trick. Old. Why is it double lining now? What is happening? Why is it like putting another space in between this? Oh. Am I stupid? Why is it doing that? Why are my options the same line or an entire... I'm confused. Whatever. Nothing else has been like this? Am I holding shift? No. Oh. Weird. Okay, yeah, there we go. That's kind of what I was looking for. Okay, I don't know why it wasn't like that by default. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just keep it like that. Actually, that is confusing. Okay, when the trial starts, 4 random hooks from Scourge hooks when carrying a survivor see the auras within 60 meters of Scourge hooks. When a survivor starts sabotaging a hook, you are alerted. So we'll keep the Sabo thing. Yes? No? Yes? I don't know. Yeah, I'm streaming and recording stuff. You're okay. All right. Carrying survivors see the auras with survivors in 16 meters of Scourge hooks. When survivor got alerted. So we just want information from this, and it has to involve a Scourge hook. Just remove the Scourge hooks? I don't know about that. That would be like awaken awareness on crack then. What if we do... What do we do with something like this? Since this line involves sabotaging, your Scourge hooks cannot be sabotaged. To give it a unique niche. How would that do? I feel like I would still need to buff it though, because saboing is really not that common to begin with. It is very frustrating when a Scourge hook gets sabotaged, but it's not like a big enough of a deal. I don't know about your hooks cannot be sabotaged. That starts taking it away from being a Scourge hook related perk then. Do we just do a straight AoE buff? Simple as that. What about being exposed if you try to sabotage a Scourge hook? Ooh, I kind of like that idea, actually. I actually kind of like that idea. So if someone goes to like a run in front of you and sabo a hook. you can just smack them before they finish it. I actually kind of like that idea more than it can't be saboed. Well, I don't know. Is that better or worse? Maybe we just do both. Fuck it. Your Scourge Hooks cannot be sabotaged. Cannot be fully sabotaged. And trying to sabotage a Scourge Hook causes that survivor to be exposed for 10 seconds. Something like that. Scourge Hooks can't be saboed on non-Scourge Hooks inflict exposed. That's actually not a bad idea too, actually. And never survivor sabotaging a non-Scourge hook? No. Non-Scourge. Would I put 2 dashes there? Sure. A regular hook? I mean, yeah, that's another way to word it too. Or, I don't know. Fuck it. 30 seconds. Maybe a survivor's hooked on a Scourge Hook, a random one becomes a Scourge Hook? Nah, I feel like that's the Jagged Compass, roll there. Jagged Compass is just meant to be the whole thing that generates more Scourge Hooks. A regular hook. Yeah, let's just do that. Put that in green. Sabotage takes 75% longer instead of cannot be sabotaged. I mean, effectively, that would be kind of the same thing. Because if you make it take almost double the duration to sabotage a hook, they're not going to sabotage that shit in time. There's no way they can predict exactly where you're going to go in that time frame. I guess if you had like an Alex's with like Bonesaw and shit, then maybe you could. Ever get value out of that more than once a match? I mean, them not being able to make your, or not being able to destroy your Scourge Hooks would be pretty huge. And it will be sort of like, Haunted Ground in the sense it might get you like, a down when they're not expecting it. But we still have to buff the base effect, so I say we just go boring there. And just do more numbers. Basically Lightborn, but for sabos? Not really. You can still sabotage regular hooks. It's just more risky because you become exposed. There's 4 hooks on the map you wouldn't be able to sabotage. Boo-hoo. You stole 15 other ones you can sabo and be totally fine. What about the survivor perk that breaks the hook when they're unhooked? Breakdown? That would count as a sabotage. Basically, your Scourge Hooks cannot be destroyed, we'll put. Eight hooks considering basement. Well, you'd have to put on Monster Shrine. I should green some sentence in Territorial as well. Oh, did I miss something? I mean, technically, this whole this whole thing should be green, actually. How am I feeling? Very sick right now. I do not feel good. Or it lasts like 3 or 4 seconds, then they leave the range or after you hook survivor, so actually provide some info after you hook? Or is that too close to BBQ? I think that is too close to BBQ and like Friends at the end. They want it to be like an awakened awareness, like while you're carrying, you see people type thing. I think doing that and having like a new niche of being anti-sabotage can be pretty cool. All right, whatever. I'm happy with that. Moving on. God, we've only done 4. I thought this would be quicker. All right, no quarter. This is basically Merciless Storm, but for healing, right? New. While self-healing, whenever serves, blah, 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 the gains, special checks, if they miss when these special checks stop healing, the unbroken for 30 seconds. This is a complicated one because it's like, how do you make it not overbearing for new players and not useless against good players? You know what I mean? No, you can't make it regular healing because then you could apply broken to a teammate against their will. You know how much that would piss people off? This one's really hard to fix because it's the base design of it is just bad. Either it's overbearing to new players or useless against good players. How do you pick an in-between there? I think the entire effect has to be changed. Because the core design of it is not good. I'm kind of stumped in general. How to fix this. Minus 30% efficiency on medkit healing. Ah, that's so boring, though. I mean, boring necessarily isn't bad, but that is really, like, not interesting at all. Can we keep it a skill check perk for all healing? I don't think it being tied to that skill check thing is good, because that severely, severely limits the design space. It's basically like the very first version of Ruin, where it doesn't do anything to good players and is incredibly overbearing to everybody else. Like, I think the core design of this perk is just very bad. Once per survivor hook, it can't be overbearing. Like I said, I think we need to just ditch the special skill checks. Merciless Storm has the same problem too, where it just doesn't do anything versus good players, which is when you actually need perks to do stuff. What if we made it... When self-healing, whenever a survivor has 75% progress, they become broken. And you get Killer Instinct on them for like 5 seconds. Would that even be good, though? Because if the killer's not nearby, you just finish the heal anyway. 10 seconds later, it's not a big deal. Nah. Anytime they stop healing the Unbroken and Hemorrhage, you've just made global better Sloppy Butcher then. So that can't work either. More effective against players with bad hardware? Yeah, that too. What if... Whenever a survivor... I'm trying to think, like, what if you reverse the effect of skill checks? That would be a way to make it kind of universal, because it's not like you can't hit the skill check. Even if you're a good player and you miss it, then you fuck up your heal. Old Ruin? No. Not really. It's, yeah, basically it's like giving them autodidact against their will or something. Like, but without the positive effect. Yeah, again, Zone, that's what I'm trying to get away from. I don't want to make it skill check based because new players can hit them and good players don't have a problem hitting them at all. So all we're doing is making a perk that shits on new players and doesn't do anything to good players. That you can't, it's just not a good way to do it. I'm gonna try something bold here, I think. And self-healing, the bonus heal. Oh shit. While self-healing, the bonus effect of skill checks are reversed. Basically, this is the fuck you for running those two busted add-ons, the sutures and the... Just fuck those add-ons, the perk. I think that would be too strong, Icy. That's too strong against solo queue. I think. Hey, Desire, what's up, man? How you doing? Hope you had a good stream. Most players don't self-heal often? Self-heal often? I don't think that's true. Reverse meaning what? So if you hit a regular healing skill check, you gain, I think, what, 5% bonus? And you get like 5% of your bar. With this, you would lose 5% of your bar. If you had those add-ons that add up to 5 and 10% more, then you'd lose like 20% of your bar. But then I feel like it's too RNG reliant. Nah. No, I don't like that. Oh, this one's hard. Hey, Toxic, what's up? What if we did this? Castleback, thanks for the nice months. While self-healing, whenever a survivor has 75% progress, they become broken for 10 seconds. How is Killer Instinct worded in perks? You get Killer Instinct? They emit Killer Instinct? How do you say that? Perks don't get Killer Instinct. I guess that's true, right? It's only tied to power, so you can't do that. Fuck. Yeah, I see. I think that's too strong. It's too anti-solo queue. If you can only self-care 75, like you can't finish your own heals, that would be overbearing, I think. I think so they scream. And scream. Hey, Kitty, thanks for the 82. Oh, man, this one's hard. Yeah, if we did, it will be. I don't know if I'm going to finish all this today, because like I said, I'm still pretty sick, so I'm not going to stream very long, but I want to work on this, you know. The perk has to involve 75% progress and something happens. Most of the time you get healed by someone else anyway. I don't know if that's true. It depends how you're playing. Oh, man. Make it broken for 45 seconds and only works on each survivor once. That actually is not a bad idea. make it like a one-time thing, but it has a vastly stronger effect, and the effect is automatic, rather than having to rely on a shitty player missing a skill check that's very easy to hit. I would get ruined by Vigil, also kind of true, but Vigil's got its own problems. Tinkerer for healing? Hmm. Make it a hex and the survivors can't heal past 75% until it's cleansed. I don't know that I like that. I try to minimize RNG as much as possible, you know? Yeah, that's the hard part, censorship, is keeping like the spirit of the perk as well. It's hard. I mean, I think it could apply to any heals. It's a lot of wording. We would put this first. What if you just remove that? Oops. What if we do that? Removes the RNG element, is now equally useful against good and good and bad players. Once per trial, whenever survivors 75% healing progress, they become broken for 60 seconds and scream, revealing their location. So it'll give you at least 4 good bits of information during the match, and it will make 4 people very, very vulnerable at least 4 times during the match. 60 seconds is unnecessarily long. Is it though? Is being injured that big of a deal for a lot of people? Like, I considering it's one time per survivor per match, I don't think 60 seconds is that bad. I think that's actually completely fine. You guys gotta remember, these need to be perks that are possibly usable to the point of them becoming a meta perk, you know what I mean? It needs to be a perk that someone will actually unequip the Hex build, or they'll actually unequip, you know, Pain Res, and like, it needs to be a perk that people will actually use, you know? I would work with Resurgence and lend a hand, it would fuck over their first Resurgence. Which, good, fuck Resurgence, that perk needs a counter perk. Does getting broken reset the heal progress? No, it would just be, this happens once per survivor per match, no matter what. Does apply an inner strength? No, inner strength would get around it. Which I'm okay with. I'm okay with certain perks like that being able to navigate around it. 40 seconds? I don't know, man. Wanted to be meta, just take a health state once they hit that 75% heal? Well, that would be stupid. They would just insta-down people in there. I'm sticking to what I'm saying. I'm sticking to 60 here. Potential 240 seconds against an Oni would be nasty. That would be nasty, yeah. Not sure if I like what this could do for tunnelers. That it does not matter. If someone's tunneling, you're not gonna heal to full while you're being tunneled, man. Seems like a pretty scary snowball perk. Yeah, that's sort of the gamble of it. If you happen to align all of these injuries at the same time while they're effect once per match, you might get some crazy snowball. Or if they're spaced out to the point where it doesn't matter much, it might do basically nothing. So, I don't know. I'm kind of I like this. People are saying the 60 seconds is overtuned. I actually don't think it is. I think that's actually okay. Worded better for downed? What do you mean? Just for the people ignore it? Yeah, anything that would be an instant health state is going to ignore this perk. So it would have counterplays, which I think is also an important thing to do. If you're trying to introduce a meta perk, making other perks possibly counter it is a cool idea. It wouldn't proc while healing down survivors. Oh, yeah. It's not going to... That wouldn't be for slugs. Whenever we'll say an injured survivor. There we go. Because there's healthy, injured, and downed. Yeah. What the perks have I done so far? We have done... Basically, I'm just going from the bottom. Septic Touch, Territorial Imperative, Overture of Doom, Hangman's Trick, and no Hoarder. I'm sticking with the 60 seconds. You guys can disagree, and that's fine. But I think that would not be overpowered. Or maybe it would be. Let's try it. See what happens, you know? I think that's more the mindset we gotta have. Fuck it. Let's see what happens. Yeah, but I'm making it all healing cheaper, so I gotta make that clear. Okay. Good, and good. Next. My boy, Shattered Hope. God bless you. Abysmal dog shit. Old. New. Okay. Meta shakeup. Every stuff a Boon totem, it's permanently destroyed. That's fine. We can keep that. It just needs to do other stuff. Like that's okay. Stomping a Boon protects all your hexes for 20 seconds. That's... Eh. I want this to really, like... This needs to be the fuck you Boon users perk, you know what I mean? Right now, it's just like, oh, please don't do that. It needs to be like... It is situationally. I want it to have a more universal effect. So maybe we don't do that here. We do this. Let me do something like this. Or exposed. Just fuck you. If you want to run around a bullshit Boon, you're going to have to deal with being exposed. So this makes it so you can benefit from keeping it up if you can't get to it. But if you can get to it, then you can destroy it. Yes, this is a wild buff, but also it's dog shit. So a wild buff to dog shit is not that, it's not that crazy. Because a lot of the times, like, you'll have someone go up in, like, the Ironworks of Misery and set up that Boon totem in the place. You can't fucking get there. It's going to take you 30 seconds to go up there and come back down. It's just not worth it. So now you can just have it so if Survivor wants to benefit from these perks, they're going to have a very scary downside too. Do something with default totems too? No. I'm okay with it just making Boons way scarier. Yeah, well, we're not taking away the ability to destroy them. We're making it so if you don't destroy them, you're still having a benefit. Turning a Boon into an evil Boon would be a great idea. That's a cool idea for a new perk. But I don't know if Boons are common enough for that to be useful. Like, you know, it would have to have some other effect. Let Shattered Hope let you break your hexes so you can force Haunted Ground. That's so niche. That's literally just for Haunted Ground. Or I guess Retribution? You know what? Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Oh, Pentimento, fuck. Ooh. Yeah, but make it so you can only break hexes. Because, yeah, I don't like you being able to just set up your own 5 Pentimento 30 seconds into the match. That will be problematic, I think. We're going to make it hexes only. But I can think of a couple of perks that would synergize with it. Destroy your own. And then we can have... Now we can just be whenever you break a totem, make it a more generic effect that synergizes with itself. How would you know which hex you're breaking? You would obviously run it in a build that only has perks that are benefited by being broken. You know, you wouldn't put it in like Devour Hope Ruin build, obviously. It's just a neat little cool thing that might make a couple of people happy. It's not really meant to be a huge thing. Haunted Grounds, yeah, exactly. Like you're running with Haunted Grounds and you just do it yourself. Whenever you break a totem, seal all survivors within its range. Let's do within... Oh, this is cool because you wouldn't be able to run this with Pentimento. Because it would just remove the totem. Well, There's actually really cool design space here. I kind of like this. Yeah, Cat Owner, I mean, that's cool too, but I want this perk to be more generic. Having it only work if there is a Boon in the match is such a gamble that makes it not worth ever running, you know what I mean? Let's remove this part. Those proc Haunted Grounds? Yeah, basically you could trigger your own Haunted Grounds when you wanted. Oh, there's still more stuff. Like, this is not enough yet. This is not enough. It's got to do something else, too. If that totem was a boon. We still need to have the Boon identity. The Boon identity, my favorite Matt Damon film. If that totem was a boon, what happens? Who plays boons in 2026? Not too many people, which is why we're adding other generic effects to this as well. If that totem was a boon... we could do like aura reveal and exposed on the setter. Well, the boon effect can't be reversed because the boon wouldn't exist anymore. If that totem was a boon... Survivor who... the totem... something like that. Seconds. What's make your choice exposed timer? It's like 40 seconds. It is 60? Okay, I was trying to make it similar to that. It is 60. Okay, so 60 is fine. Yeah, I think it would be a cool design space to have a separate perk that like reverses the effects of boons. But I don't think that would fit with Shattered Hope, because Shattered Hope is you destroy a totem and something good happens for you, right? After snuffing a boon or destroying a totem, you get haste based on how many totems you snuff or destroyed. That's a cool idea too, actually. But I think that design space is slightly different. The whole point is like saying fuck you to the guy laying down boons, so we need to target the boon player, not buff the killer when you do it, I think. No, okay, I don't know, that's a bad idea. You never just instantly injure survivors based on like a perk or something like that. I think that would be incredibly frustrating to go against. So I don't like that. I don't know, I kind of like this. I think this allows like for very interesting like very interesting combinations of builds. And I think that's like the important part here. It's definitely way more unique. It now has a generic effect. So even if there's no boons, it still does shit. And if you do have boons, the effect is now even stronger. So it's basically triple buffed. Disabling the boon perk for a time. No, see, because there's like a trade-off. If they boon again, you can benefit from the perk again, and then get this shit again. You know what I mean? So I'm okay with that. Yeah, I try to stay away from that kind of stuff, Symbiote. I think just instantly injuring other survivors based off of someone else's fault will never not be frustrating. So I don't think it's a good idea. I'm kind of happy with this. I think this is a very interesting idea, and you know people would try to make silly builds with like Retribution, Haunted Grounds. Like there's shit you can do, so I think that would be neat. Chat covering. Oh, sorry. I should have scrolled down slightly more. I like this. I think so far this is the most interesting one we've done. All right. Hoarder. Oh god. So many of these perks are so like just situational, man. Is this just for fun? Yeah, it's for fun and, you know, for video content, stuff like that. Also, the devs might benefit from it in some way. Hoarder. Old. New. Yeah, it's hard, Vile. It's definitely hard. Convert a boon into a random hex perk. I mean, that just sounds like a new thing. Also, that sounds like it would break the game in a billion different ways. Trial starts. 2 more chests appear whenever survivor picks up an item. Starts unlocking a chest within 64 meters. You are alerted. Okay. We can keep all this shit. Survivor. That's fair, right? All right, now let's do or reveal. 2 chests have nothing in them. Nah, like I said, Tom, I don't like making skill chest or the skill check based things. That just leads to frustration for new players and does nothing against good players. What's Hoarder? Is the killer is hoarding? Is there a perk that makes items drains faster? Not anymore. Overwhelming Presence used to do that. Is there a perk that does aura reveal when you're near a chest? What does Human Greed do again? I thought Human Greed was like similar to that. Human Greed DBD. What the hell does this do again? Yeah, auras of survivors within 8 meters of chest reveal. Yes, I know that does exist already. Fuck. So we can't do aura reveal. Reveals aura whenever item is used. There's already Weave Attunement already does that. When an item's fully used, it drops and you see the aura, so that already exists. There's very little design space here, unfortunately. Yeah, Resting Moth, that could be really frustrating, though. Like, so a teammate randomly heals across the map, and then the guy you're chasing with, you just suddenly gain haste, and he's like, why the fuck does this guy have haste now? Shit, man. Chins are locked to the closest chest to them is unlocked. Dude, I actually kind of like what you're going with that. What if it was like a form of no way out, but the solution is every chest on the map has to be open and they become highlighted. Their auras become active in endgame. What if you make it an endgame perk? So you have to have people go and fucking hoard all your shit. You have all these like goblins running around the map trying to get it. And people have to go to the basement then. Oh shit, no. People have to go in the basement then. You could camp basement with Bubba. Nah, never mind. That can't work. Fuck, there's always just a counter. God damn it. No, because yeah, then you could have Bubba just sit in the basement and just camp the chest, and you would have to. You could do every chest but one. Yeah, exactly, Melodic. Every chest but one has to be opened. Yeah. Actually, no, this is salvageable. For each unopened chest, minus 5% repair speed. That's a way to do it during the match, but I kind of like the idea of this random forcing survivors to become loot goblins in endgame. Just like that is something that does not exist, and that idea is just enticing to me. How many chests are base? 3, right? 1 basement, 2 in the map. I think I would add 1 more chest, actually. Oh, fuck. There's those maps with specific... Ah, fuck. That like Nostromo's got the chest inside the special area. That would be fucking stupid. So you could have a Bubba on Nostromo. You can't do that shit. Temple on Midwich too, yeah. There's like... That's a special chest? I guess we could define that. We could define that. Exit gates. How do we word this? Every regular chest in the trial has been opened. Until all but one. They become blocked until all but one regular chest in the trial have been opened. Once the exit gate is touched, and if the chest hasn't been opened, then an aura. You have to listen. Oh yeah, of course. I'm not done. I'm not done. All but one have been opened. All chest auras become visible to all survivors. No, they should be visible globally. The whole point is you're going to have people just running around doing nothing. They're just going to be wasting a shit ton of time. All chest or regular chest? What do you mean? What about cut coin, though? Doesn't that remove chests? Cut coin does remove chests, yes. If you want to have a psycho wasting their offering slot for a cut coin, fuck it. Sure. Cut coin removes a chest, right? And you could also use dirty coin. No. Cut coin is survive. Oh wait, no. Cut coin is killer. What's the other coin that adds a chest? I forget the name of it. What about human greed? They could lock the chest. Does it become permanently locked? You're right. I need to think about these things. Human greed. Wait. Okay, no, it's got a cooldown. It's got a cooldown. It's not permanent, no. You could kick it close, which is funny because it would have synergy with this, but you also couldn't have the killer just camp it because they don't need to do all of them. On Midwich, if survivors don't open the special chest, the killer can just camp the chest in the basement. Ah, God. How do I word this? Like, there is a way to word this to make it work. I just don't know how to do it. Oh shit, my groceries are here. I will be right back. Think about how to word this properly. Because I really like this idea, but it's confusing. I figured it out. We're gonna reword this. Reach closed chest in the child, the exit gates are opened 100% slower. That way, if like Bubba is, camping it, you can do it. It's just going to take a long time, but he will eventually lose. 5 chests. That'd be vile with Remember Me. God forbid Remember Me actually gets used by people. Pretty much makes last man escapes impossible. Yeah, so does, I don't know, No Way Out. What's the difference? If it's the last survivor, they're probably fucked regardless. Also, the hatch still exists. But how is that any different from No Way Out? Memory is seconds, not percent, so it stacks. Oh, God. Yeah, so, like, legit, the exit gate could take, like, a minute and a half to open, if you just choose to ignore all the chests. Hey, Zone, thanks for the Prime. I appreciate that. 3 more chests, so that'd be 6 total. Let's say 4 were opened 100% slower would be make it 30 seconds. 200% would make it 45 seconds. %, slower is insane. Seems to be 6 chests, so 60% slower potential. The whole idea is you're not supposed to just brute force it. The only reason it's like that is if there is, for somehow, Bubba found a way to somehow camp. I don't know. It's basically to foolproof someone just like camping one chest. But the point is, you're not supposed to brute force it. You're supposed to open the chests. And if you open the chest, the perk does nothing. And, you know, naturally, if the survivors split up to do the chest, then yeah, it's going to be a problem. But, like, for people saying, like, oh, but what if it's like a 2v1 scenario? You're never going to have one survivor get around the map and, you know, be able to do all that shit in time. It's like, oh, how is it different from No Way Out? It's the same exact scenario. They're still screwed in that scenario. Like, it doesn't change that. You can't know you have to open the chest until you touch a gate. That's a bit late game to know about it. Well, yeah, that's the point of an endgame perk. You're not supposed to know about it until endgame. If you can prepare for it during the match, then obviously that would be a problem. Also, an intuitive survivor could figure out the perk is active because there's just simply more chests on the map. Oh yeah, I forgot the ore reading. All... There you go. But I'm assuming you bring coins? Dude, that's what I'm saying. Coins actually will have a use now for the first time in 10 years. It'll actually be good. I'm trying to think about numbers. So let's say they do half of them, 3 out of 6. 300% would be 15, 30, 45 additional seconds to open the gate. What does Remember Me do? Number-wise? $30. 30 is the max duration, but the obsession is also unaffected by it. Okay, that does seem to be just objectively better, so let's tone it down a little bit. Let's do 50. You always tunnel the obsession out. Yeah, I get it, but I don't know, like 50, 60, 70 or something like that. Because if it's 50, let's say if it's 50, that would mean 2 stacks is 100% slower, which means it takes an additional 15 seconds. 4 stacks, it would take 30 seconds. See, I think that would just be weaker than Remember Me, though. Because chances are probably 2 chests have been opened during the match, you know what I mean? And at that point, it would be weaker than Remember Me, so... You'd be severely worried letting this stack with Remember Me? Yeah, why though? Someone brings human greed and you can close every chest. It's on a cooldown. Survivors take 3 seconds to open a chest. Killer has to wait 20 seconds to kick it. And at which point he's not chasing people, he's just running around kicking chests now. Like, it's not... The killer's gonna lose if he does that. I like how wacky this idea is. That's why I'm trying to, like, put so much effort into thinking how to make this. Only killer who really dominates with this rework is Singularity. Yeah, Singularity would be kind of brutal, I'm not gonna lie. Or Trapper. Oh, God. Well, here's the thing. Like I said, you can still brute force it if you want to. Like, if a trapper with bloody coil and eerie stone traps every single chest, you can still just open it. It's going to take you like a minute, but you can still do it if you want to. How would you beat a singularity with this? You'd have gate cams that can watch chests. How do you beat a good singularity with an endgame build right now, man? You get an EMP. Yeah, but I mean, a good singularity. I'm just saying, a good singularity is going to make getting out through the exit gate in that scenario a nightmare no matter what. Business perk, holy fuck, levels of percent. It'd be 20% of most of tier 3. That would be terrible. Basically, if you just completely ignore the perk, it would make the exit gate take 15 seconds longer to open, which is like half of Remember Me. So no, that would just be terrible. It can't be that small. I have to think about using the coin that adds more chests too, which basically just... It's a nightmare to balance. It kind of is, yeah. Killer can't bring chest? No, killers have an add-on that spawns... Wait, no, that's Survivor. Killer is cut coin. I'm stupid. Yeah, never mind. Memory's conditional at hitting Obsessed Survivor 5 times. Not saying memory is good, but these numbers are way too egregious for do nothing on Killer's side. I'm just saying, if you made it 20%, no one would run it. The entire point of shit like this that we're doing is to make it a perk where someone might go, huh, I think I might actually run that build. If it's 20%, no one will ever run it. It would just be terrible. It would just be shittier Remember Me with half the duration. It would just be bad. Can a 4-man all bring coins and have that many chests? Yes, but when is the last time you saw a 4-man Survive with Friends bring a coin each? Ever. In the history of DBD. I don't think I've ever seen that in my life out of 80 billion games, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. 50% with a max of 8 would work. I mean, I think naturally... I don't think you need to implement a max. Because the only way that can be increased is if the survivors choose to do it. Which, if the perk is meta, they're not going to bring a fucking coin. No one brings a coin anyway. So it doesn't matter. Would probably the least used add-on on Survivor. Still think the chest the perk adds, regardless of the new or old hypothetical, should be empty. Sure, why not? You make me lower this from 100, I'm adding this. Love wasting your time to do nothing. Yeah, but now it'll have a purpose. Now, if you're playing DBD and you're just like running around opening a bunch of chests, it's the 5-head strat. You're gonna just say, I'm playing around Hoarder, guys. And no one could give you shit for it. Just like, you know, you waste time breaking 5 totems. You're playing around Know It. It's big brain. People can call it out and open chests before endgame. Okay. That's fine. That's still free slowdown for the killer then. Your endgame will be weaker, but now people have wasted time opening useless chests. See, like, it's still good. It still does something for you, which is why I think this design is kind of cool. It still makes people not do generators, which is the most important thing. Yeah, that's my point, Avid. I don't care if there's a giveaway for it. If they know it, they still gotta run around looking for chests. They can't see the auras during the match. So, if someone wants to waste the entire match running around looking for chests to open, that's one survivor not doing anything. I'm totally fine. Because you're on the actual numbers on this with 6 chests. With 6 chests, it would be 300% slower. 100% slower would be 30 seconds. Then 45, then 60. So it would take a minute, basically, if you chose to just do nothing. Oh, yeah, you're right. More is not needed. I think 50% telecrane is like 300%. Again, that's if you just ignore it. If you completely ignore what the perk is telling you that you're supposed to be doing, then yes, it's quite good. There are a bunch of perks in the game that are like that. If you ignore the obvious counter to it, then it's obviously extremely strong. But the point is, you don't just ignore it, you do what the perk is supposed to make you do. Yeah, it's basically just allowing... The reason the numbers are allowed to be high is if in some freak scenario, the killer manages to somehow find out how to camp 2 chests at the same time or something like that. There needs to be an out for the survivors to still be able to escape, so it can't be just a straight block. It needs to be like a slower thing, but if you really need to brute force it, you still can. How long does it take to open a chest? What, like 3 or 4 seconds? 3, 4, 5 seconds? Something like that? It's pretty quick. But the killer's natural slowdown and the killer just loaded into the match for it? Are you saying like it doesn't take anything to get slowdown? I mean, there's deadlock. There's 15 perks that just do something by default. Corrupt intervention, like, that's not a new thing. Drill, ruin, yeah, exactly. Things just... That's already established in the game. Deadlock doesn't require the survivors to do anything, that's your point. Yeah, but that's not, like, good or bad, it's just a different thing. You can choose to ignore it and have a huge downside, or you can deal with it and the perk doesn't do anything, effectively. Obviously, the time spent, you know, doing the side objective is the objective, but that will be very likely much quicker than you just sitting on an exit gate for like a minute, you know what I mean? Not against 50%, but power level feels too high for a perk. I'm at the point where I'm just like, fuck it, who cares? You want to deal with the same hex build you've been encountering for 4 months straight? You want to have the same 7 perks you go against this killer every single game? Or do you want some new shit to happen that has a new side objective? You got to move around more. It's more interesting. When an endgame singularity ruin this fun idea again? Yes. Moving on. I don't care. That's... Endgame singularity is already gonna be annoying as fuck. I'm tired of them having perks like Haywire become dog shit because a killer exists. I don't care. Talk about Pentimento yet? We're not reworking Pentimento. Pentimento's good. Doesn't need to be buffed. Why not make it have an effect for every item that's on the floor, sitting in an open chest, or any form of not being held by survivors? I mean, that's fine, but I think thematically this still works too, because basically the killer is stronger and stronger the more stuff that they own. The more the survivors open it, the killer gets weaker, you know what I mean? So I think thematically this is still fine. I'm keeping this. Fuck you guys. I like this. I think this is interesting. Yeah, somewhere down the line, sure, you can tone this number down or change it depending on how it works out. But I think the core concept is neat, and I would love to see something as silly as that in the game. This order is 300% slower gate opening. Again, if you choose to ignore it. That's like saying no-ed makes it so the killer permanently one-shots people and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, if you choose to ignore the obvious counter to it, then yeah, you're going to get punished for it. "96-second gates with one chest up. Then open the chests. You see their auras. Like, I don't know how I can make this any clearer. Like, you're not supposed to ignore the chests. The entire point of the perk is to open the chests. There's just I have to have the caveat in case someone decides not to. There's 3 chests by default. Yes, you would see the auras map wide in endgame. Human Greed, killer would close it back. It's got a cooldown. Survivors can open chests faster than killer can close them. The killer wants to spend his time in endgame running around kicking chests. He'll still eventually lose. Doesn't matter. So maps have naturally spawning chests too. Yeah, the like special chests. I feel like it's confusing. But like I want to like reach closed. Right here. Reach close regular chest. There. Now those special chests don't matter. No, Bob. Special chests would not apply. Can't you run the Dracula perk that makes them stay closed? You're talking about Human Greed. That makes it just so the killer can close them again. But it's got a cooldown that's longer than it takes. It takes almost 3 times as long to cool down from that perk than it takes a survivor to open a chest. Default is a more regular road. Here, let's make it unmistakable. There. Completely unable to misinterpret what that means. Human Greed might incentivize opening chests, what might be anti-synergy. Also, that's true, yeah. Make it so the only chests that affect the exit gate are the 3 Hoarder chests? Well, that would just be terrible, then. That would just be absolutely terrible. That would be, at most, like, adding 20 seconds to the exit gates. Then buff the number. I think this is fine. Dominance will block the chest. Yeah, wouldn't that be interesting if instead of like the same perks, you encountered a crazy ass Hoarder, Human Greed, Dominance endgame build? Like, wouldn't that be more interesting? I don't know, man. It's better to say highlighted chests and only highlight the ones that it counts. If you had 60-second exit gates every match to survive, you'd see these numbers and go, I was smoking crack real quick. I give up trying to explain how that's not supposed to what you're... I give up. If you choose to not understand what I'm talking about, that's fine. I respect it, but I'm moving on because you're not getting the point of the perk. It's not to ignore the perk, it's to do what the perk makes you do. I don't know how many times I gotta say that, man. The only time you would ever have to open a gate for 60 seconds if you all as a team just collectively decided to ignore the entire effect of the perk. Which should basically never happen. Basically, as soon as the gates are powered, you're gonna suddenly see every chest lit up and gonna go, why is that the case? There's only one perk in the game that does that. And then you're gonna go open the chests. If 3 survivors go to spread out and open chests, you can open all the chests in fucking, like, 20 seconds. That's not even all 4 survivors. I'm assuming one guy's on a hook and being camped by the killer in endgame, you know what I mean? How long does it take you to go to chests and open them versus an extra 60 seconds? It depends how many people are alive. If it's just like you and another guy, you're fucked. But you're also fucked with No Way Out and Remember Me and every perk that works like that, so whatever. You're still dead no matter what in that scenario. Gonna move on. You gotta see the Odyssey in 2 hours? Oh, I'm jealous. Yeah, this would not synergize with No Way Out. The only thing it would synergize with would be, like, Remember Me in terms of timing. Fuck, but that's like... Because if you had Remember Me... Here, we'll make it not comboable with that. There. And then their base speed. Diminishing returns would have it, yeah, but I think that's still too much. That's still too much. No, Dippity, because Survive with Friends counters it. We could also just do flat values. Shit. What if we do flat values instead? Because I don't like the idea of having an additive value and then Remember Me being additive and then having this be a multiplier on top of that. These gates take. What number would we want? 8, 9, 10. Remember Me as a percentage debuff to exit speed, not seconds anymore? Huh. I thought it just takes in a flat 30 seconds more. What? I don't like this design. It feels like it punishes you no matter what you do. Yes. That is what perks do on the other side. They're not meant to be a beneficial scenario for you. The upside is you get to choose which form of punishment that you get to deal with. But the argument being it punishes you for the killer having it. It's like, yes, that is the point of having a perk. It's supposed to hurt you. It's supposed to be bad. We can put a max in. That would make it so you can't combine it with Remember Me. Or you can, it would just be, you would be massively wasting a perk slot. Is it ever worth running around doing chests? It can be. Like, people forget that opening chests is still beneficial to people, like the survivors too. I spent an hour straight reworking Hoarder the stream, yeah. Spending a lot more time on this than I thought I would. Yeah, people are like thinking that, you know, chests are just useless. Obviously, the empty ones would be useless, but the other 3 chests in the map would still have something for survivors, so it's not like just a terrible thing. Adding the extra chests is an unnecessary part. It can be a higher percentage. Feel like having to spend an extra 2 minutes opening 6 chests than gate fuel. What if we just remove this and then make the numbers bigger? That way it's more static, I guess. Leave the chest they need a way to early counter. I mean, I view the counter here as the exact same way as Noed. You can spend time opening, you know, the chests in the lobby, and you can spend time breaking dull totems, expecting that the killer will have this. It's a gamble. You might not get a payoff, and you might, but it's the exact same type of gamble, which is already established and fine in the game. So if someone opened a chest, remember he's supposed to? Really, Dippity, that's funny. Yeah, Link to Reality. That's why I specifically said non-map specific chest. Because yeah, obviously those special chests are going to be a problem. Yeah, I mean, the Hoarder idea still perfectly tracks, because the killer is stronger for the more things that they still have. If you open chests, it's like you're looting their hoard, and then they get weaker. So thematically, it still works. Exit gates take 20 seconds, so if one chest has been opened, 1 out of 3, takes 40 additional seconds, which is going to be better than Remember Me. If 2 have been opened, then it's basically slightly worse than Remember Me. And if all 3 are opened, it does nothing. Is that too easy to counter then? To be fair, that does force somebody to go into the basement if you want to completely counter it. And then you can combine it with the new Territorial Imperative. Oh my god. Still have to spend time opening and traversing the map. Yeah, but sometimes gens or chests are just right next to you. Like sometimes you're working on a gen and you just walk somewhere else. Oh, there's a chest there. Let me open it real quick. It might take the survivors no time at all. Remember Me's gate speed slow down. Yeah, I know. So now I think we have to go back to... Fucking hell, man. It's fine. It's still capped. It's fine. Nah, because then you could face camp basement with Bubba and... Well, I mean, I guess they could still open it. Is there any other perk killer has to give more chests? I think Hoarder was the only one, right? It's the only one, okay. I'm trying to think if there's like a base value thing we could do. I'm thinking like... What if you made it so you can't drop items in endgame and you have a penalty for having an item in endgame? Like you're taking from their hoard so you get debuffed. Because I feel like right now this is just not strong enough. This is actually too weak. What is an item with charges in endgame hoarded instead of using it? I mean, that's... I feel like that's too niche, though. Bring back the 3 new chests. Yeah, I'm starting to think this is just not good enough anymore. I think that's better. Because with the no new chest, it was just too... Like... Too... Just randomly, like, the perk turns off. So, I think making these numbers smaller per stack... I'm keeping it like this. We're moving on. We're not talking about this ever again. Alright. Half of the stream has been Hoarder. Wretched Fate. Jesus. Oh, no. I forgot to hit start record. It's fine. I just have to download my VOD. It's going to take forever. Okay. Just cut out the Hoarder section? No. Hoarder stays. Oh my god. Dude, we spent way too much time on these perks. I thought I was gonna get, like, I was gonna shit out 15 perks real quick. Granted, you know, if I spent a standard 8-hour workday on these ideas, that is still more than Behaviour seems to have done. But, still. Does take a little bit more effort to make sure things are not broken, you know? Wretched Fate. First time a generation completed, Adulthood ignites the obsession. Oh yeah, this one. This is such bad design. It's just the fuck one guy in particular build. After Hard is great, 3 new perks, every DLC not make something meme. I'm sorry, given 3 months, that should be pretty fucking easy. We're doing this it's been 2 hours and we've redone like 8 perks. I don't know, man. It's not that hard. It's just a bit harder than I thought it would be. But it's not that hard. Hey, Puffius. Thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate that. So it's got to involve the obsession. And it's got to involve a generator being completed. I hate obsession perks. I think they're all stupid. Yeah, that's very Roteki. Sometimes a generator completed adulthood ignites the obsession. Wretched Fate. God, how do you do this? Everyone but the obsession, only obsession sees it and they have to go find it. What if you kill the obsession as that's happening? I guess you could say as long as the obsession is alive. It's the little totem. But yeah, but if the obsession's dead, no one will be able to break it. I like the idea that it affects everybody rather than one person. Because it's just... Obviously, you'd lower the effect, the penalty, but... I like how this doesn't even tell you that the dull totem is like putting this effect on. You just have to assume it does. Doesn't that make it kind of old ruin? Oh, you mean like when ruin used to get destroyed when the wait. No, old ruin used to get destroyed when one person died. Well, one of the old versions of ruin. Why does it only activate after a gen pops the first time? I don't know, man. That's the criteria, and that's what we have to build around. New. All survivors repair. Fuck. Now, see, there's a problem design space here too. Then, because what if the obsession is a baby Meg that doesn't know even what a totem is? Now you're just all fucked because you got a baby Meg that's not breaking the totem. Like, that can't work. Anyone else can break, but the obsession can see the aura. Hmm. Curse the survivor. The survivor will occasionally hear a skill check warning, but no skill check. I mean, that's more like doctor-related shenanigans. Does it have to remain generator-based? No, it doesn't really. I just hate obsession perks in general. Do we have to keep the obsession aspect to it? I feel like there should be no obsession perks. I think they're just all annoying. No, censorship again. It's got to be like understandable for new players too. That's what makes this part so confusing. How's that gonna work when the killer's not Dracula Bob? Do we go that simple for the rework rat? I feel like we should just entirely rework this. What if this could be another obsession switching perk? Shit. No, shit. What about something like that? like a rapidly... I don't think we have any perks in the game that like rapidly switch obsession in like an automatic fashion. And it would be tied to a hex, so you can obviously destroy it. But this could have synergy with things like play with your food, with save the best for last. It's also going to have built-in synergy with itself. Everyone's the obsession. I'm not sure if that would break the game. Hmm. You still have an aura on the totem? Yeah, but only the obsession would see it. So we do... Wouldn't this just constantly give Oblivious with a Nemesis perk? To one person, right? One person at a time. Is it 15 seconds indefinite? What makes the obsession switch? Just every 15 seconds, it just switches to a new obsession. Hmm. Nemesis gives them Oblivious for 60 seconds. I don't think it's removed. Oh, it's 60 seconds, right? Okay, then we can do this. Make it happen less frequently, but increase the duration of the aura reading. With Lethal Pursuer, you're seeing the obsession for almost 1/3 of every minute. Yeah, that's why if we increase if we make it occur less frequently but increase the base value, then Lethal Pursuer's effect is smaller and smaller. Because plus 2 seconds when it's a small value is massive, but when it's a bigger value, it doesn't do very much. It's not just Deerstalker, but like Obsession. It's sort of like Deerstalker, but Obsession and tied to a hex perk, so it's still different in two separate ways. We're gonna have some overlapping mechanics, guys. There's only so much you can do in DBD, I think. Make them exhausted too? I think getting information, extended information on people every 30 seconds is enough. This isn't very Wretched Fate-y. It kind of is. You're the person that's now visible and focused by the killer. And it just randomly switches who gets the fate. I guess, like, you would want to make it... Would you want to make it slightly stronger? You could also do this. What if we do that? I think the thematic is a massive miss. Yeah, but so is the original. So, I don't know. If you were breaking the... if you were breaking it and you got switched off, you would still be able to finish it. Like, it wouldn't kick you off or anything. That'd be stupid. Would you have broken for the obsession for 30 seconds is too much? I don't think it needs to have any more. That's a lot of information, and it basically, like... It's like almost like a little mini game of who's going to be the one to finally break the perk. because the killer can see if you're moving towards the totem and choose to go defend that, at which point he's letting generators get completed. So the killer kind of has to make the choice of if he wants to defend it with the information that he's got, or if he wants to, you know, let it happen passively and risk it getting destroyed, but then he can pressure gens and have information too. So it's got kind of like a interesting give or take there. What if a nurse uses this? I'm not sure why it would be any different for nurse in particular. I mean, yeah, nurse tends to use most perks better because she's just nurse, but what happens if you change? No. You would not get kicked off the generator, or you would not get kicked off the totem. Who can? Here, we'll make it crystal clear. Begin cleansing. So if you switch off obsession and you're already cleansing it, you still break it. That would be very stupid. Because yeah, Thrill the Hunt would make it so you could never break it pretty much. What about Face of Darkness? You could run Face of Darkness. Well, doesn't Face the Darkness make... Is it all injured people scream? What exactly does it do? It's all other survivors that scream. And also you can just break Face of Darkness too, so. I don't see that being... Like, I could see synergy there for sure, but I don't think it's, like, overpowered or anything. Also, you know, at the end of the day, you could just deal with it. You could just deal with the fact that your aura gets red, you know, every 30 seconds. You could just decide to just say, fuck it. I don't know. I think just flat generator debuffs are just so boring. So I always try to, like, not have anything affect that, positive or negative, you know? I think the effect is strong enough to be easily ignorable. Well, it shouldn't be. It would be a terrible perk then. You can choose to ignore it, but, you know, I think that's exactly how Hex perk should be. The new obsession most of the time won't make it to the totem in 16 seconds to finish cleansing it. Why do you say 16 seconds? They have 29.9 seconds to get there. As long as they begin the cleansing animation before the obsession switches, they'll be able to do it. That's why I said it's the only one who can begin cleansing. If you're not the obsession, you can finish cleansing it. So you still have 30 seconds to get to the totem if you want to. I kind of like that. It basically, like, repeatedly keeps giving the obsession, which is a different player each time, a new little, like, side objective to fuck with. I think that's neat. I'm happy with that. All right. Wandering Eye. I don't even know what this does. You start chasing... Is this Vecna? Who is this? Oh, it's Crossu. Oh, I didn't know it. All right. Wandering Eye. If you're chasing a survivor for the next 5 seconds, see the auras of all other injured survivors within 20 meters. How about we just remove that? I don't know why it's got to have a very tiny radius. How about we just make it, when you chase a survivor, you see you see other injured survivors, and we can make the cooldown. I don't know. Do we even have to nerf the cooldown? Like that's a lot of good information. But do we, if we make this change, is this still going to be a top 10, 15 perk? The idea is to drop chase and go for the injured person? Yeah, which you'd still be able to do, but now this will let you do that or just have some good information, you know? Okay, let's see this. Where's, like... How do you do strike through? Can you do that in Google Docs? Oh shit, plague. That is that's a lot of info for plague. We can nerf the cooldown then. Control S. No, not doing it. It's fine. We'll just do that. Alt-Shift-5. Well, of course. Of course it's Alt-Shift-5. It's so intuitive. The fuck? Maybe make it when you start chasing a healthy survivor? Oh, that's actually a cool way to do it. So you could only ever alternate the usefulness of it. Either you're chasing an injured person and it's easier to down them because they're injured, or you're chasing a healthy person and you get information about injured people, but you're not next to them right now. Her Erie's just better than this aura-wise? Yeah, I mean, her add-ons are fucking insane. That's limits it quite a lot on some killers of Legion or Plague. Yeah, but I feel like if you didn't have the limitation, it would be too strong on like Legion and Plague, you know what I mean? Basically, if you played Plague, this would be you just see all survivors every time you start a chase every 30 seconds. I feel like that would be too much information, you know? That would legit be like too good, I think. No, I'm saying more for like Plague. I think that one's pretty simple. With a perk design like this, you start chase, you see wounded, tunnelable Dwight, you go tunnel. Aren't you by definition not, like, I don't know. If you're chasing somebody else, aren't you not tunneling to begin with? If you see a Dwight, 60 meters away and you decide to drop a chaser already in to go find them, I guess you can go do that. You just start chase to get info on the tunnel guy. If you're tunneling someone, you're not going to lose them. That's not how tunneling works. Tunneling is they get off the hook and you're already on their ass again. You're not going to lose them. So I don't think that really matters. Or at least, you're not like super hardcore tunneling them. At which point, if you're letting them run away and go somewhere else, and then you start a chase with another person, I mean, they probably have time to recover or get to a really safe area. You're still giving them a chance to do something, so. Babysitter wants to have a talk. I mean, you can still keep up with them. You're not going to lose them if you really want to tunnel somebody. It's just they're running basically the same speed as you, so you won't gain or lose distance, really. But you're not going to lose track of them. Get more time for pop eruption now if you still want to tunnel. Right, but my point is if you leave the guy alone for the time it takes to do that and then benefit from this perk, they might have a chance to recover or get to a really safe area, like they get to shack or something, and they're in a much better spot. So you still give them a chance to defend themselves. Chasing healthy survivor. Next up, I can see this auras of all injured survivors. I'm fine with that. I don't think that's overpowered. Okay, simple. All Shaking Thunder. I do like this perk. Just make it not lose the stack once you earn it. Oh, like it's not on a timer. So it would basically be like a coup that you charge up manually, but you might have to go out of the way to charge it up a little bit. And it only gets 1 token instead of 2. "25 seconds is pretty generous." Yeah, the problem is, though, if we do that, it's not really All Shaking Thunder anymore. It was all shaking thunder, 45 seconds ago. Like, that's... I don't know. So I think there needs to be an effect when you hit the ground. Like maybe hinder survivors in an AoE or something. Which would obviously have natural synergy with a longer lunge too. Like I'm trying to think when you hit the ground, it's supposed to be like a shockwave. Scream and reveal their aura. That's not a bad idea. I think that's more fun than hinder. Hinder sucks. All survivors within... Let's make it smaller than a Terity. It's like 24 meters, maybe? I don't know about 32. I think 24 is fine. That's like smaller Teridius. Instant death, 12 meters. You know what? Oh, shit. Oops. Dude, like Victor Ghost, you're kind of memeing, but what if actually? Like, what if this allows you to literally Goomba stop a survivor? And it takes like a damaging state. If you land like, within a meter of a survivor. 24 meters is too wide of a range for the info. I don't agree. I think it's fine because there's not a lot of drops on maps too. Be hilarious, but have to stop you from instantly two-tapping them. How often do you get a scenario where you land on top of a survivor? Who cares, man? It happens like 1 in 200 games. Like I'm saying, just for having it for the clip moment. It's not gonna like effectively do anything ever. Make basement saves miserable. Oh, like dropping down onto... Yeah, but you could actually bait it, though. Like, there would be a meta of baiting that. Also, that would mean the killer's not directly following you into the basement anymore. They're letting you go freely save downstairs because they'd have to wait upstairs to drop onto you, right? And obviously, you couldn't get 2 people because the first guy would get injured and get his borrowed time and nothing would happen. So how's that any different from just going downstairs, hitting a guy, letting him unhook, then hitting him again? It's like the same thing. It'd be more funny than stupid. Thank you. I agree. No, you wouldn't get stunned for 1 second. 1 meter. Very tiny radius. That's fair. What's the range of the survivor perk where you kick the killer? I don't... Oh, you're talking about Last Stand? It's about a meter. I don't know the exact number, but it feels like it's about a meter. People are gonna try Gooba builds off that. Good! I want to see silly shit like that. Please. I'm basically designing half of these for that specifically. All right, let's do this. this stays normal color. I think the cooldown's fine. You would need to have a cooldown, otherwise you could probably 2-tap people by just falling or something. Some glitchy shit would happen. Change scream radius based on the killer's size. Let's get crazy. I like where your head's at, but no. That is fucking hilarious, though. You gotta remove the lunge shit with all these buffs. Okay, this is not a buff. This will be used 1 in 300 games. This, you just ignore this. It's there just for fun. Really, this is the main thing. And no, I don't think this makes it too strong. Who uses all... When's the last time you saw All Shaking Thunder, Rat? When's the last time you saw that in a game? Do we need 30 seconds of coup after the info? Yeah, we do, because the perk is dog shit. It's terribly fucking awful. It needs to be massively buffed for it to be usable. You guys keep thinking that, like, all we're doing is just offering little minor behavior tweaks, and then people continue to ignore it. No, you need to make every perk something that people would genuinely consider equipping on a very good build. If you don't have that, what you have is 15 perks that are used every game, and then 190 perks that no one uses. So no, I don't think... I think this is perfectly fine. I think both of these are okay. Here, I'll have a slight concession with you. We'll do 20 meters. People run it for 300 games and are trying to get that 1-2 tap. Yeah. And it would be funny. This ain't your mama's patch notes. Exactly. That is the right way to look at it. A lot of this is not meant to be safe. They're meant to be crazy, meta, shake-up, crazy shit. Yeah, exactly, Richie. Exactly. Okay, I'm fine with this. I would say I'm happy with that. Yeah, like Chucky is not able to use it because he's too small. Cruel limits. Victor doesn't get perks, Bob, so no. When a generator is completed. Oh, cruel limits. Old. New. Let's push this down. See the auras of all windows for 30 seconds. All windows are blocked for 30 seconds. Okay. Perma block them until the next gen pops. Yeah, man. Just make it so if the survivors play the game, they can't use windows anymore. I think the effect is fine. It just doesn't trigger frequently enough. What if we do something as simple as this? That way it's got some type of residual effect that can continue to happen during the match. I think the effect is mostly fine. It just needs to happen more. What if it's when a gen gets blocked? Oh, to give it synergy with, like, other gen blocking perks? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, censorship. It forced to run out of the hexes to get value. I mean, look, the only way to look at it is no matter what, even if you didn't run hexes, the perk is exactly the same as it currently is. But if you ran it with hexes, you would just get more value with it. I'm not sure that would work, Artie. That's too scary of a change for me. Why are these like this? Whatever. Bump the numbers up to 45 seconds. Nah, I think this is fine. Considering games last, 5 or 6 minutes. shit's blocked for a while. And yeah, if anyone's got something like Inner Strength, or they've got any boons, or, you know, you have the new form of Shattered Hope, or like there's plenty of things where you can do. I don't think this needs a crazy change. Block windows and pallets. I don't know about that. That actually seems too good. That basically means after 30 seconds, or whenever a gen's completed, the person you're chasing just fucking dies. Totem is cleansed, or a totem is blessed. Yeah, sure. Why not? Turns pallets into fragile pallets for 30 seconds. That's an interesting idea. This is dumb. You're gonna have windows unusable all game. What's that one Spider-Man meme? Like, Ariel's already on board. You don't have to fucking sell it to me more, man. Also, really? Are you freaking out that much about a difference? Where the only change is totems now also happen to this? And that's also limited, and also people can see it happen after one totem breaking? Is that really suddenly going to make a usable or windows of opportunity an unusable perk? I think that's very dramatic. Isn't core limit 60 seconds? Apparently it's not. Nope, it's not. This is not that radical perk change. It's really not. It's not that crazy. How about you see the auras of survivors near block windows so it works with base kit entity blocker? I don't think it needs anything more than this. I think, like I said, the effect is actually kind of okay. It just doesn't trigger enough. And if you run it with a hex build, it'll trigger more. If the survivors have perks that involve totems, it'll trigger more. If they have boons, it'll trigger more. Basically, it's just giving more options, more opportunities for the perk to actually happen. I don't think it needs to be anything more crazy than that. Hey, Gorgoth. I've been sick as shit, but thank you, though. I appreciate that. Hey, buddy. This one's not particularly exciting or interesting, but I think this is fine. I think the only problem with that perk is it's just, it doesn't happen enough. Undone. This is a terrible perk. Oops. Survivor misses a basic skill check, earn 3 tokens up to blah blah blah. Yeah, this thing is fucking terrible. I think we should put the control up to the killer. I don't think so, gamer. Whenever they complete a skill check. Well, that would be too good. That would just, you would have max charges every time you fucking kick the generator. I just don't want it to be based on skill checks at all. I hate every perk that's tied to a skill check. I think it's just bad design. Punishes bad players. Doesn't do anything to good players. What about whenever you hit a survivor... Survivor. A basic attack. Earn 5 tokens? Up to, we can keep this the same. Why even get 5 tokens? Because I want to keep the theme of the perk. I will keep doing underscores until morale improves. I'll check this. I don't know. Just something simple like that. Oh, wait, yeah. It should be 6. So basically, if you hit a survivor twice to down them, let's say, you get an extra 12% progress on the generator. Or you might go into another chase immediately, get another down on someone, and then you've got 24%. Hate the basic attack requirement. I think basic killers that only have basic attacks are the one that need stronger perks. That's strong as fuck? Yeah, but because it's basic attack only, it doesn't really benefit, you know, Blight or Nurse or, you know, most killers that are good, you know what I mean? So that would be... Yeah, Gen's block for 12 seconds, loses 12% progress. Well, basically, you can look at it like this. If you have to hit someone twice per down, your Gen kick does an extra 12%. Is uncloaking great special? No, that's a basic attack. Being a survivor, great skill checks grant no bonus for the next X seconds. That would be terrible. Chances are if you're hitting a survivor, you're chasing them and then downing them, then they're on a hook and they're not doing gens during that time anyway, so that wouldn't do much. Like, I think this is cool. This is fine. It's just the way you get tokens are bad. Wouldn't it kill pop? No, it's just a different form of pop. It's a pop that you can basically save up if you want to. Also, you can just run it with pop. This will work with Spirit. It's true, but it's not like Spirit is, you know, the tippy top of top tier. Like, she's like pretty good A tier killer in my opinion, but she's very add-on reliant. So, yes, obviously she would benefit from it, but for the most part, most of the best killers in the game are special attacks. Takes more effort to get equivalent pop value from this. It's true, but it's combinable with pop, and it has a different effect of blocking the generator as well. Yeah, Spirit with MDR is still very good, of course. Race gen kicking is insane. I mean, it's good. Realistically, you're looking at an additional 12% per down, because that's 2 hits. Would this be a gain against people with Dead Hard? Technically, yes. If you hit the Dead Hard, you would still gain a token. You need to specify Gen Kick. Right now, it's just damage. Wait, Undone doesn't trigger with Surge and shit, does it? No, I think whenever you damage a generator, it implies just a basic kick, right? Because surely that those things don't synergize like that. That usually does not work like that, so. That's a lot better than pop. It's situationally better than pop. Pop is what, 15%? Right? It is... Oh, it's 20%. Oh, but it's current progression, right, okay. Wait, no. No, this is outdated as fuck. What shitty fandom wiki. God. 15% total. Right, okay. But that's in addition to the 5% kick, right? Yeah, it's 15% more progress, so it's 20% total. Whereas this would be, you know, 17% with a basic down. So just from basic attacks and downs, it'd be slightly weaker. But, you know, it can still synergize. Hook is more of a requirement for only 3% more. Hmm. Hmm. Do you not use the GG wiki? I usually do. I just very quickly Googled and it took me to the shitty one by accident. Lower the value, take it add time to complete like a reverse BNP. How would that even work on the bar? You'd have to make the bar bigger. What if we do it this way? We nerf this and then buff this. Because, yeah, we don't want it to be better than Pop. Pop's, like, got its own thing. So it'll have, like, a tiny Pop effect. But then more, it's for the blocking thing. So it'll, like, maybe block it for, you know, let's say you've got... If you only get one basic attack, like, they're injured, it's worse. Right, I know, but still. What if we just ditch this entirely because it's too much like Pop and just make it all about blocking instead? So that would be... So you have 12 tokens, 2 downs, block a gem for 24 seconds. It seems like it's too much. Back to being garbage? Dude, that's like if every down you can block whatever gen you want for 24 seconds. It's called Undone because it's meant to undo the progress. That's true. Thematically, that doesn't work. Pretty much dev, yeah. I don't know what to do with this one, actually. Increase regression speed? So like a non-static Call of Brine? See, I think that's actually a cooler idea because then it would be worth saving some stacks to have like giga regression on one generator rather than a little bit more regression on each of these, you know what I mean? That would have its own specific... Call of Brine is what percent right now? It's 150. Okay, thank you. Regresses. For each token, so... Oh, shit. The math ain't mathin'. Hold on. 6. So with 2 hits, you'd have 12. $10% per token. If you save all the tokens, that's 400%. I think that'd be fair. So if you had 2 hits, that would be 12. So that would be 120%. Well, Call of Brine. Because Call of Brine sets it to one, yeah, it sets it. So basically it's 50% more. I like this. I'm just not sure where the math is going to lie here. Do 5. How about we just make this math easier? It was 6 to 30, so 5. Yeah, I don't know why I was making this math so much more confusing. What would it be? 25%? So with 2 hits... No, it'd have to be more than that, right? Because with 2 hits, you would just be getting Call of Brine, but the Call of Brine has no requirement. So... I feel like it'd have to be double that at least. Yeah, I think that's fair. Because Call of Brine is 100. It's 50% by default with nothing. This you'd have to hit 2 people to have a stronger effect than Call of Brine. So you can't just go around like holding a 3-gen. You need to actually hit people in between. I think that'd be fair. And also, again, a survivor can just stop us in 5 seconds of repairing the gen. So I think that'd be fair. Yeah, I like that. That's good. Simple. 250% faster is kind of insane. It is, but it can be stopped in 5 seconds by a survivor and requires you to hit people 6 times in order, or 5 times in order to build that up. Which is, 2.5 chases to get 1 regression that can be negated in 5 seconds. So, I don't think it's that bad. And it's also basic attacks only too, yeah. I think that's fine. It's powerful, but it's not, like, overpowered, I think. It's good if you can, like, keep people away from that generator for a long time, but... yeah, like the ability to hold a 3-gen is not as strong anymore, so we can make perks that control generators like that a bit stronger now. I think that's good. I like that. What do we have so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Maybe we do like the bottom 15 of each perks. One charge per second's base regression? No, it's a 0.25, right? It's 1/4 the speed that survivors do it. That would just be like brutal strength, but better C's because it'd have another effect. It's picking me in the top right. Thank you. And I don't want to do hindered either. The thing is, it's Bloodhound. This should just solely be an information perk. It's like, a Bloodhound has the scent of the survivor. That's the whole theme of the perk. So it shouldn't like hinder them or anything. It should just be purely information. Nah, Nico. Like I said, I want it to be just information. This is solely an information perk. It does not need to be a chase perk in any way. Maybe has direction indicators or something like that would be cool. I feel like that could work with scratch marks more, but that would be like a different type of perk. Let the killer see the same red mist effect that Jason sees when invisible? Nah. That would take a lot away from Jason then. Every time you kick a generator or break a pallet, the nearest injured survivor has their aura revealed. That might be too strong, because that's sort of like just a slightly worse nowhere to hide with another perk on top of it. For every injured survivor makes the pools of blood last bigger or brighter or last longer. I think lasting longer is a bait, because you kind of get tricked into thinking people are closer. So that's almost like a nerf to killer, so I don't think you want that. Fuck killer based. What can we do? Or of injured survivors outside of 32 meters? Isn't that just sort of like a better nurse's calling? Survivors after healing keep dropping blood pools for 30 seconds. That's more along the lines of what I think would be a good idea, yeah. I think that is probably a better idea. So it has self-synergy with the perk. Yeah, I kind of like that. That's a good idea. Last % longer. When a survivor fully heals, he still. What the hell? Still leave. What the fuck just happened? How did I just copy paste something? What the fuck? Hold on. Okay. Shit. I just closed it. Control V copy paste. Yeah, no shit, but I wasn't holding control. That's why I'm confused. Okay. Sorry. There we go. When it's powerful healers, they still leave blood pools for, let's say, like 10, 15, 20 seconds. Yeah, Ushipai, what's up? Injured survivors within 1 meter of killer instinct. My god, the value is insane. You only need to scale one number. That's true. That is true. How many perks left? 2 more killer perks, then we have to start Survivor. Which I have a feeling are all just going to be the teamwork perks, and that's going to be tough. I'm okay with this. Okay, next is Shadowborn. Can you have a Capri Sun? You may not. Make this into a YouTube video? Yeah, I'm not gonna I'm gonna upload like all of this, but the main video is gonna be like edited and me going over why I made that decision. But then at the end of the video will be like this entire VOD unedited, so it'll be there if anyone wants, like, you know, slow content, but the first part will be edited. Hey, Dopey. Shadowborn. Old. New. I almost want to say... I feel like this steals too much from the Dredge, but it'd be so cool for Shadowborn if whenever you blind the killer, you get the Dredge, you know, darkness effect around you. Obviously just you. Because that is like the most Shadowborn-y thing I can think of. I don't even like this haste. I want the effect to be completely different. That's just a better hex 2 can play. No, it's different. 2 can play actually blinds you. Well, that perk needs to be buffed too, but that perk blinds your screen. This would be the Dredge's effect where you can't see, like, outside of, like, 12 meters. Bring back old Shadowborn? True. Give me 180 FOV. Okay, Shadowborn. I feel like we can't just give it Dredge's power. I don't know why does this have to be... Well, why does a blind have to be involved in this at all? Shadowborn did not originally involve being blinded. I think the whole blinded mechanic is just... We're just removing this. Again, I don't want a perk that only works if someone has a flashlight and is able to successfully blind me. Like, that seems so shitty. It's a completely different effect. And that's still thematic because they don't even have the original Shadowborn effect. Recover faster from blinds to make use of the haste. When do people blind you? 90% of the time, when do they blind you? When you're breaking a pallet, right? What if... This is kind of a boring effect, but it would be extremely effective. What if, whenever you're blinded, you break a pallet like 50% faster for the next 5 seconds or something? Like, specifically for exactly that. Because that's a real thing that happens in most games, people blinding you at pallets. That actually would be a useful perk, I think, but it would have to be like a Giga Brutal Strength. Otherwise, why would you ever run it? Half the animation happens before you're blinded? No, like, the idea is you would get blinded first, because people are still going to try to blind you. No. Like, if you had the perk, you would wait a second, because it's not like they're going anywhere. They're still blinding you. They're standing right there. Then you get blinded, then you kick the pallet. It breaks significantly faster. Every time you're blinded on a pallet, just insta-broke the pallet. Okay, that'd be a little much. You get blinded while you break. Right, but the point is, people shine the flashlight on the other side of the pallet. They start doing it before you've even committed to the animation. Then they continue to hold it as you're in the animation, but you can just sit there for a second and get... It's like half of it would be useful, then the other half wouldn't. Sub alerts and everything is muted. You could just not break the pallet. No, it would last like only 5 seconds. What if... What if it says, if you are blinded while kicking a pallet, the pallet instantly breaks? What about that? You'll still be blind, so you can't, like, perfectly track exactly where they're going. And that means you still have to have committed to basically half the animation of it first. That would look weird. Pallet's usually broken by the time you get blinded. It's like halfway. Like, you guys see what I'm trying to, like, make stronger, right? It's just the way that it happens is so, like, specific. Yeah, Broom. But again, I almost want to just move away from blind entirely. That doesn't really, like... I think that's a thematic failure, Uwe. Shadowborn. You could... I almost want to use the 2v8 power where you're not being witnessed, you move faster, right? Which class has that again? I did not play too much 2v8 anymore. Is that Shadow? Oh my god, Shadowborn. That's Fearmonger? Ah, fuck. I'm basically, in my head, I'm coming up with the, like, gain something for every X seconds you have not been witnessed by a survivor. When you do X action, consume all of these tokens to do something good. That's like the vibes I'm thinking of. So like you stay in the shadows hidden longer. You don't even have to be a stealth killer. You're just not visible by any survivors right now. You gain tokens of something and then you do something better. Rework Shadowborn as a whole. That's what I'm doing. After being blind, we're not doing blinded. Just forget blind is related to Shadowborn whatsoever. Shadowborn has never had, or it didn't have any, well, I guess it kind of had something to do with flashlights in the first version. It was, you get blinded for longer. Darkness effect on blinds or stuns. I hate the idea of a perk that requires survivors to give it to me. Do you know what I mean? Makes you third person on any killer. Enduring is good. Yeah, well, Enduring is infinitely more consistent. People, A, might not even have a flashlight. B, might not blind you at that type of scenario. You basically have a bunch of different checkboxes you have to check for that perk to do anything. Enduring, you can just run into every pallet and get stunned. Ugh. Feel like I'm about to make a broken perk for stealth killers. That's a lot of Doom posting for something I haven't even started yet. When you're not seen by any survivor, every break action is faster by 40%. That's an interesting way to do it. I did Rotato, yeah. %40 faster gen kicks. And like pallets around the map, but that's not cool enough. Yeah, the vibes I'm going with is not being seen. I mean, we can do every second. I would like it to update frequently, but then you would just need more tokens. But does not being seen not include aura perks? No, it would work exactly like it does in 2v8. The mechanic already exists in the game. It's basically exactly how Fearmonger works. I think they say seen, right? I think that's how Fearmonger is worded specifically. You also have to make it you have to make it update frequently, because you do every 10 seconds. You might have been seen on the 9th second, but then the 10th second you're not visible and then you get a token. That wouldn't be fair. Like, it needs to update very frequently. So the idea of Shadowborn is the longer you're unseen, the stronger you become, and then it gets removed when you're seen. But how do you have a benefit? Nah, Nico, people hate that shit. People hate play with your food exactly for that reason. It doesn't feel good that a killer stacked up a bunch of haste off of other people or other actions and then is chasing you at 20% haste. I don't like that. Giving killers haste is, especially when they don't have to do anything for it, is very, very bad, I think. Yeah, exactly, Anarchist, it's tough. You could do something like this. Every second you're not seen by any survivors, gain a token up to 20. Let's do 16. Your terror radius is reduced by 2 meters per token. Now, how would you lose the tokens? Starting a chase? Yeah, I think chase is probably a good idea. Well, I mean, you'd use them by, like... No, not gen completion. That's too consistent. You could just say for every second you are seen by the survivors, lose a token. Art, that is just you. You're just talking about a completely different perk. This perk is insane on Bubba Myers. How is this insane on why would you ever run this on Myers? Myers already has no terrorities. It would be so useless. I guess if you had... Well, there is no permanent tier 3. That would not be very good. Perk's insane in Ghostface. Dude, he can become undetectable. Yeah, you would almost explicitly not run this on stealth killers. This is a perk to make other killers stealth killers, kind of. Hey, Minister, thanks for the 32, man. Perk design seems bad. Wouldn't survivors do the thing they do to Trapper where he sets traps and follow them around? If you want to have one survivor doing no gens for the entire game, just following some around, go for it. I'm pretty sure Chucky's detection is global. It's like the same size as every other killer. I don't think that would matter. You would observe the area above his head. It's be insane on Plague. I don't know. Would it? Unless you're basically explicitly in an indoor map. You know what? I'm gonna say. You have to make it account for, like, everything. And before plot twist counter. No, you would never run this on Wraith. That'd be pointless. Reduced by 2 meters or some percentage. It leaves some disparity between killers with different terror radiuses. Yes, it does, but it also doesn't really matter very much, because who are the killers with a smaller terror radius? Huntress, who has a lullaby, so that doesn't really matter that much. God, I'm blanking on smaller terror radius killers. Hag, yeah. God forbid Hag is slightly stronger. Basically, if we're hit quite often, smack an indoor map on top. The killer has to basically be doing nothing for 16 seconds. We can make it like, every second you lose 1 token. I don't think that's consistent enough. I think once you benefit from it, you need to redo the entire process. Add a cooldown? That's not a bad idea. And you cannot gain tokens for 30, 35, 40 seconds. Frustrating to face stealth. Tell me which of the top tier killers in DBD are stealth killers. Nurse. No, I don't think Nurse is a stealth killer. This perma undetectable to hit a survivor. I think. All right. I think what I want to do is increase the time it takes. We'll do this, like that, and then I think with that, we can remove that. That way, it takes longer. And it can have more of like a gradual effect. Because, you know, if the killer hasn't been seen for like 15 seconds, you still have 4 seconds to react before they're, you know, on you, right? It would be if the killer is doing nothing for half a minute, it's very bad for the killer. But then he would have some form of undetectable. Yeah, when I think about perks, too, I just ignore Nurse. There's just no reason to pretend that she doesn't break the game entirely, so whatever. Let her just do whatever. I'd have synergies with unknowns and insult mechanics to be seen as little as possible. Yeah, but, I mean, you still see the unknown when he's chasing you. Kind of like a mobile Insidious. I mean, Obsidious is a dog shit perk, and that needs to be reworked as well. Thanks, Pico. I mean, isn't that just Lightborn with extra steps, Blue? Basically Ghostface the perk. I mean, it's Ghostface, except you have to build it up over half a minute rather than right-clicking, so Ghostface's stealth is obviously still better. Here, we can do this. Whenever you enter a chase or a survivor loses the health state. That way, like, if a survivor is hyper aware of you, they still don't get punished. They don't have to get hit, you know? Give some agency. Plot twist and for the people make you reset, you're against your will, right? Yep, it would. But it's not like you can for the people and plot twist whenever you want, so. Those are limited effects. And yes, that would counter it, and I'm fine with that. Half a minute's kind of eh. Yeah, I mean, you think about it, like, as a killer, sometimes, you know, when you start a match as killer, you're typically not even in a chase for the first 30 seconds, as long as you're not like Billy or Blight or something, right? So typically, as soon as you start the match, you're probably going to have half your terror radius gone instantly. So you got to think about how long it takes to actually move from place to place. The numbers could be tweaked there, but I think that's more interesting. I don't know if I'm like, we might revisit this one. I'm not like incredibly happy with it, but I think it's better. What do you consider being seen? Whatever the Fearmonger class in 2v8 does. If a survivor has you on their screen, I think it's like within 24 meters or something like that. I don't know the exact number. It's fine. We can possibly revisit. Okay. Human greed is the last one. Human greed. Oh god, I'm getting hoarder flashbacks. Human greed. Whenever survivor gets within 8 meters of a locked chest, you see their aura for 5 seconds. You can lock unlock chests. 10 seconds, see the aura of locked chests. So human greed, you need to be punishing the greed. The greed would be them taking the item, right? It's not greedy to look at something and then leave. It's greedy to take it. So you need to have a penalty for taking the item. I think is the vibes we should be going with. We can keep this. Dude, what if we made this like a fucking troll perk? This one might be a little too complicated, but here's what I'm thinking. Basically, human greed would replace chests with like troll items that they don't know are trolled. I punish survivors for opening chests. More often than not, it's a bad play. Yeah, that's a good aspect too. There's not like chest. It needs to have an effect outside of just chests. And this is a Dracula perk too, right? Whenever a survivor obtains an item other than one they entered the trial with, that item becomes cursed. How the hell do they do this? Let me cook for a minute. Damn it. Here, no, we'll do that later. Just let me cook with this. Whose perk is human greed? Is Dracula. What would a cursed flashlight do? It does nothing. It breaks. Basically, they would still get the item, but it would have a bad effect at first. Blinds you? I actually kind of like that. I actually like that. Also blind. What a cursed med kit do? The whole idea is once this curse happens, then the item becomes normal again. It has like one troll aspect of it. So it's going to have like one event. Instantly removes the health state? No. No. Again, I don't want it to be skill check related. We could do something simple like show the aura of both of you. Too strong? How is this too strong? This would happen one time. Don't like deep Boon as a penalty? Why would they ever miss the skill check? This is kind of dookie though. A one-time self-blind flashlight, the Wisdom of Burst slot. No, it's gonna have another regular effect. I'm just trying to give it a fun thing. I just need to think about every item. What do keys do by default again? Real teammates nearby. That would be funny. Fog vials? Oh, fuck, I forgot about fog vials. There we go. Perfect. How to keep my headphones pads pristine? I don't. That's the secret. Well, what would the opposite be? If you're using a fog vial to get away from the killer, everyone... yeah. So it would have the opposite effect. The survivors know the items are cursed before using? No, it would just look like a regular item. This is getting too long. Did spawn more chest debate survivors to getting them? Yeah, probably. Oh my god, Hoarder synergy, you're right. And this could be cool because this will also, like... Imagine someone, like, dramaturgies an item, and, like, they dramaturgy a flashlight and then just blind themselves and die. That'd be funny as shit. That's a good idea, because it would affect dramaturgy, too. Like, I don't even think this perk would be, like, meta or anything. It would just be funny as shit. This is one of those perks, like, it's not going to be, like, you know, in the top 15 perks, but it would result in many funny clips. Blue, I think that'd be kind of unfair, because people might not understand why they can't leave. Leave dramaturgy alone? No. This is such a stupid perk, but I like it. And it's thematic too, because it's greedy because you're getting more items than the one you started with. Perk still seems bad. Yeah, this is one of those things where I don't necessarily think it'll be like meta, but it'll just be funny as shit. And sometimes that's okay too. Not every perk has to be like explicitly meta. Some are just like just result in stupid fucking scenarios. Yeah, that shit too, Day Screams. It could be intentional trolling. That'd be funny too. Whatever. I'm happy with that. All right. I think that is the bottom 15 for killer perks. Yeah, that's bottom 15. We got to do Survivor now. I have a feeling it's just going to be all the teamwork perks. It's just going to be teamwork. Yeah, they all are. Classic. All right. Teamwork, toughen up. Oh, fucking hell, man. Is that the right size font? Yeah. Alrighty. How do you make not splitting up viable? Yeah, that's like the teamwork perks in general, I would almost just delete from the game. Okay, I think I know how to fix this one pretty simply. The problem is, this is bad for solo queue, but okay with Survive with Friends when it should be the opposite. So, we should basically reverse how this works. So, while injured, or whenever... Here. Whenever you blind or pallet Stun the killer. All injured survivors within 24 meters of you. And then get the effects. That way you can control when it happens. That's how Michonne's perk works? No? Where is it? I thought that gives you endurance. Oh, throwdown, let me see. Fuck! Well, shit. God, these perks are so bad. Alright, never mind. God, I like how there's just a straight-up worse version. The teamwork perks just can't be saved. I almost, like, don't even want to bother. Because there's just no way to do this shit. What if we do that? What if we just ignore the teamwork perks? And my criteria will be those perks are so badly designed, they're not even worth salvaging. They should just be deleted entirely. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm just going to ignore the teamwork perks because they just straight up should not exist. Apocalyptic Ingenuity, we'll go with that. Here, I'll put it aside. There we go. Apocalyptic Ingenuity. Why is it permanently bold now? Okay, after you rummage 2 chests, when next to broken pallet, use active ability button for 4 seconds to create a fragile pallet. You see the auras of broken pallets. Oh, whoops. There's 2 ways we can do this. We can make it significantly easier to get, or we can do this. Which do you prefer? More powerful effect or more frequent effect? Or if we get makes it unique. Okay. Let's go that way then. Oh, whoops. I still think vibes-wise, we can't change too much of this. Because, like, it makes sense. Like, the ingenuity is you're looking in the chest to find items to make a pallet. Like, I get what they're saying here. Is it just as simple as that? I think that change alone completely changes it, because now you don't need to bring a rummage perk. You can just find a chest. It makes it so much easier in order to do it. Honestly, I think that's all it needs. The Thrasher pallets are pretty shit, but they're not useless. And if every time you open a chest, you can just make another one, not bad. 6 extra shack pallets? Yeah, but they're fragile pallets. Fragile pallets are really shitty. You respect them for half a second and you just get a hit. In an hour, we did 2 perks so far? No, we've done like 5. We just finished up Killer. I think legit that's all it needs. As long as it's a Fragile Palette, this perk will never be good. I think the main... Fragile Palettes are not useless. They're just not as useful as regular palettes. They're still better than having nothing. So, if all you had to do was just look in a chest, and then you can just put a palette up somewhere. Again, even if it's not incredibly safe or useful, it's still much better than having nothing. And Fragile Palettes against certain killers are actually pretty decent. So, I think that's all you need. Yeah, Fragile Palette lets you get a free 50/50. That is something you could do too, Sausage Man. That's an interesting idea. Kind of like how Jason has like the broken palette spawns like even in areas where there isn't a palette. You could basically have a prompt for Survivor. Basically, wait, that already exists in the game, doesn't it? Because in like in the event mode, you could rebuild a palette, right? So you could just have a different function there that says like scavenge. And, oh yeah, it's in 2va2 as well. I don't know that I like it that it's chest related. But then how would you rebuild it? It would be no. It'd be the same button then. That would be too confusing, I think. More interesting if you create a different palette that once you use it and down, it destroys itself after 30 seconds. I mean, that's... Fragile palettes do that immediately, so... I think I'm fine with this. It's not particularly exciting or anything, but just drastically making it easier to use the perk might make it viable, so... I'll stick with that for now. Treacherous Crows. Oh boy, this is scary. This is scary design space because invocations have to be good. Okay. Probably needs to do more than that. So we make it so survivors now have much better stealth by never disturbing crows again. And we buff the other aspect to make it not reliant on Territorial at all. Is that enough? That is absurd, Day Screams. Absolutely not. Super boring to play against, though? Why? Just or read to 4 seconds? I think the 2 seconds is fine. It basically just lets you know where the killer is. Issue with invocations is they basically say tunnel me. Yeah, but that's the entire point of invocation. You're basically making a sacrifice to have a powerful global effect happen. Make crows also land and reset quicker. That's a cool idea. That's cool. I think that might be enough. That way, you get more global information. It's no longer Terridius based, and survivors get a stealth buff from it as well. So they get more information, and a stealth buff. Takes you great. Thank you for the 37 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. One more second of Aura Read to be fine. I don't think so. I don't want to buff it anymore because if we have crows more frequently being activated, then I want the duration of the aura to still be very low. It's not, Link. And it's also inconsistent. It's inconsistent info. Like, if you're playing against the Myers and you're relying on that, what if he takes a path that's not near a crow? Then you think you're safe and he just pops out and you die, so. Invocations need to work together. That might be, if we really buff all the invocations, that might be too powerful. This fully counters Spies in the Vecna perk. Languid Touch and Spies from the Shadows. Yes. Yes, it would. The obvious risk is you're basically killing yourself in the basement to do it. If at any point the killer finds you, suspects that, even afterwards you're still permanently injured. People got to realize invocations have to have an incredibly powerful effect. Because the requirement of doing them is massive. I'm okay with that, I think. Invocations of exponential speed increase per survivor taking part in the ritual. Survivors already can increase the speed. Yeah, exactly, Cakes. You got to be really careful with invocations. Okay, rapid response. It's fine. Well, it's like the 5th least used perk in the entire game, so. Clearly people are not using it. Rapid response. Amy, thank you for the 3 streams. Never mind. Well, still thank you anyway. That's basically 8 years of me streaming. Exhaustion perks happen when in chase, so it's unnecessary. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to find out, Moth. What is the theming of this perk? I don't understand what the hell's the rapid response happening here. Supposed to be for saves? I mean, that... That you gain movement speed while running towards an injured survivor while they're in chase. That's an interesting idea, actually. Like, you gain 5% haste if you're within 16 meters of an injured survivor or something. Would that really be good, though? I don't even think that'd be that good. No, Henry. Very few things survivors do are just straight up magic. Isn't behavior against body blocking? I don't recall them ever saying that, no. No, no recovering from exhausted faster. Stop it. Nerf Vigil. Healing a survivor makes you exhausted. That gives you and the survivor haste. That's actually an interesting idea. What if it was a sprint burst that you got by completing a heal? So for people that like to 99 it with resilience, that could be like their new favorite exhaustion perk. It'd be like a more situational but potentially better sprint burst. But it's not as consistently usable. Rapid response? I mean, it kind of would. Someone's injured. You get to them. You heal them. And you're... I guess the rapid response is you get to them faster, but how the fuck would you do that? Full heal trigger, any heal. I think it would just be any heal. I would like survivors to be able to use that with 99%, you know? Havel, I don't trust them to do that. That's too complicated. You got to think when we're redesigning these perks, they have to be like very basic. You're talking about having like trigonometry of like running to a survivor. Like that's too much. I mean, it's not too much for normal devs, but I like this. Hold on. Wait, how do exhaustion perks word it? Sprint burst. How do they word exhaustion? Cannot be used while exhausted. Causes exhausted status effect. The fuck? Oh. Damn it. Get out of here. Damn it. Remove the link. %25 haste and 20% exhaustion. I would like to see an alternative to Sprint Burst. That's, I don't know. A different type of exhaustion perk could be interesting. Why would anyone run this over Sprint Burst? Because it's potentially more customizable. Like, with Sprint Burst, you have to walk around the map at all times. With this perk, you can run around as much as you want 99. And if the killer is approaching you, then you 99, you finish the heal, and then you're gone. You don't have to worry about walking around the map. You can also use this altruistically. Finish a heal on someone and then sprint away. Title of the stream makes shaking up the meta. Exactly. I want the perk to actually be viable as a meta perk, you know? Why is rapid response getting reworked entirely? Its effect is really neat and fun. I think thematically, what the fuck does this have to do with rapid response? I think this is a thematic failure. Like what does this have to do with... You're not responding to anything. You're leaving a locker and seeing an aura. This is the most, like, misnamed perk in the entire game. Makes no sense. Sprinting away after healing someone after killer's nearby doesn't sound altruistic. Oh, like, because, like, it's the bear strat where you're faster than the other guy, so the bear eats him. Yeah, but the point is you will have completed a heal on him, right? So, at the very least, all he's going to do is just get hit again. Should you be rushing in to help a survivor in chase? Yeah, but my point is mechanically, how do you do that? I agree that that is a bit more thematic than the thing I've suggested, but my point is, how do you translate that into a game? Would it be better if you gave the other person the haste and you eat the exhaustion? See, the problem, that's a scary thing to do, because what if that person has life and they wanted to use their life in a chase at a good window, and now you've given them exhaustion against their will, you know what I mean? I don't think giving other people exhaustion is ever a good idea. That leads to lots of frustration. It wouldn't exhaust them. Oh, they just gain haste? That would be more of an altruistic perk. Okay, let's think about that. Maybe since it's altruistic, we can give it more of a duration, like kind of like old adrenaline. Isn't that just buckle up? You know, what's buckle up do again? This is the problem. So many perks you gotta cross-reference. I thought that was when you pick someone off the ground. Yeah, no, that's when you pick someone off the ground. But it is basically kind of the same thing, isn't it? It's just basically buckle up, but for not down survivors. I don't know. I feel like that's not different enough. No. See, Kabooble, that I kind of agree with. That is definitely more thematic. It would be something like, how'd I word this? Whenever another survivor loses a health state, you gain 20% haste for 5 seconds or something like that. So, you know, like, I mean, like, someone else is being hurt, you're now trying to get to the scene. It would be something like that. And you wouldn't be able to abuse this in chase because you're not the one getting hit. Background player before the down? Kinda, yeah. Lets you get in position a bit better. I think background player has way more haste than that, though. It would need to have another effect. That's not strong enough. Should reveal killer aura and have a cooldown? Yeah, kinda, yeah. I think so. Here, let's copy this shit. So when someone gets hit, you gain haste. So this would be good in solo queue because basically when you got hit, let's say you're getting chased and you get hit and someone else has this perk, you would then see their aura running towards you and you would know that they have that and they're going to be there faster, you know what I mean? So that thematically is perfectly rapid response. That is like literally an ambulance coming to save you after you've called them. Inner focus already does this. Focus DVD. I mean, yeah. Maybe we should not do that then, because then that would make inner focus not do much. It should do something else. But glad they give you the 11 months. Appreciate it. Cakes, thank you for 100. These sessions reinforce that Behaviour devs aren't creative when designing new perks, i.e. A little bit. I guess seeing the killer's aura is not even necessary. Yeah, it is hard, Boba. It really is. Well, you would see the survivor's aura. You wouldn't need killer instinct on them. Or survivor instinct, I guess. Hey, Beagle Brigade. Thank you for the year. Appreciate it. Just be triggered by plot twist? I guess. Oh, you're saying, like, you could have a Survive with Friends guy, like, in the corner plot twisting on demand in order to give someone haste. It would have a cooldown. I mean, whatever. If someone wants to do that, it's not a big deal. That would work one time in the chase, basically. There needs to be a third effect, I think, for this to be good enough to actually use. Let's see, 25%, actually. If you take a protection hit, the killer... I was thinking about something involving a protection hit, yeah. Because that would be the culmination of the rapid response, right? She already has a protection hit perk, so... Why would that matter? There's a couple of protection hit perks? Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about, actually. Where the perk's actually kind of good. Duty of care, right? Yeah, I guess we can't invalidate that one either. It can have a different effect. Because the effect that gives, it gives you a shit ton of haste. Fuck. Should we do elusive? Sure, whatever. Just to have something on written down too. Let's do 10 seconds. Elusive is insane. I don't know. 45 seconds? Something like that. Nope, thank you for the 44 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Juiced version of Breakout. If you get there within the 5 seconds, or you get 50% wiggle speed and horsey perk till you walk out of range. Okay, let's not just slap every perk in the game on top of this. We're already invalidating a lot of other perks. Oh shit, whoops. You're right, thank you. There we go. Sorry. My bad. Hey, it'll be like the olden days where you left certain perks, you leave Discordance at rank 3. Or rank 1, rather. Okay, I like that. At the very least, that is infinitely more thematic than you hopping out of a locker and getting aura reading. And that somehow is a rapid response. Alright, Moment of Glory. This is the one where you get instantly healed, right? Yeah, okay. This perk's not useless. Am I doing survivor perks first? Nope, I did all the killer perks already, and I did that all last stream too. After your momentum unlocked your chest, while not broken, you become injured, game broken. 66 seconds, you were instantly healed. Yeah, I think the idea of this perk is fine. I think we just do... just HS. Like, a minute timer is pretty big. So, just make it so you just have to look through one chest. The difference between having to look through one chest and 2 chests is fucking massive. That would be a huge buff. I don't think you need to do anything else. I think that's fine. That's it. that one's easy. All right. Red herring. Oh, the blessed fish perk. It's already S tier. It needs no changes. All right. After you repair a generator for 1 second, you see its aura. When you hide in the locker, the killer is alerted to the generator. Why does it have a cooldown? I don't know. I guess you can't just go... Fake scratches around the generator too. That's not a bad idea. Basically, we need to bump up the misdirection. So... link to the killer perk change ideas. It's just the last VOD. I'm going to have a video with all this combined probably tomorrow or the next day. But my last Twitch VOD, if you want to watch, is when we did all the killer perks. And then, oh, no. We can have a benefit. No, not hindered. Don't do hinder and haste. People hate that shit. The king had done that. If only. Not flashbang blind, as in they can't see auras anymore. Yeah, how's that gonna help you, Spider? Make it 30 seconds for the killer to get to it. It's a little abusable then, because you could keep just doing the same generator and basically permanently give the killer blindness. Once per generator? I don't think you need to do once per gen. Not like your screen isn't blind, but blind status effect, like he wouldn't be able to see Jen or Hook auras for 30 seconds. And that's only if he kicks it. The whole idea is you bait a killer to going near a generator, the killer finds nobody there. How do we punish the killer for falling for the bait? How do we do it, buddy? Is doing gen for 1 second enough? Yeah, considering this perk is hilariously terrible, I think it needs to be vastly better. Make this very confusing and annoying for newer killers. Doesn't red herring already make it confusing and annoying for newer killers? Or an actual herring at the killer's face. I don't think that's gonna work. Yeah, that shit's so funny. What's that key? Ow! Jesus. Gotta cut your nails. I think this is fine. Here, let me lower it a little bit. Just stun them? Well, that's Blast Mine. You can't out Blast Mine, otherwise there's no reason to use Blast Mine, you know? What if you do... Here, let's change this a bit. Wait longer to build up. Jacob, thanks for the 49 months. Appreciate it. No, there needs to be a time limit. Otherwise, you're not bamboozling them. They might come back 2 minutes later and they get punished. That doesn't make any sense. Does it block the killer from kicking it for a time? Nope. I think it doesn't need to do that because I'm pretty sure after someone kicks a gen, they're going to think it's regressed. You know what I mean? Because, I don't know. I have kicked 70 trillion generators. My brain is going to assume once I've kicked it, it's regressing now. Obviously, I might go somewhere and turn back and go, wait, it's still not, it's still fine. But I think that is fine. And at the very least, it still requires the killer to kick it, walk away, and then realize, oh shit, and then come back and kick it again. And also, it's still it's a bamboozle perk. It's not a gen defense perk kind of thing. It's just for bamboozling. This just gives you like a little bonus. It's getting too complicated, Kabooble. Hey, Sloth, what's up? Here, we can lower this then again. If it is for a balance patch? Yeah, pretty much. This is actually a pretty good anti-3 gen perk, too. Because, like, you can work on the gen for 10 seconds, fuck off, killer comes, but then he can't regress it for 20 seconds, you know what I mean? Granted, you have to keep working on it in 10-second intervals, which the killer could easily interrupt. Cooldown? I mean, the cooldown is the cooldown is manual of you having to leave and go sit in a locker and also repair a generator for 10 seconds. It's got its own cooldown based on how it charges. Yeah, of course the killer could tell it was in play. He's not going to waste time kicking it then. Jesus Christ, Mel's. Only 10 seconds of repairing? It used to be 1 second, so that's a 1000% nerf. I'm fine with this. For shipping it. Could this be abused, though? I don't know, maybe. Fuck it. Alright, moving on. Fake gen. Yeah, that's too complicated for them, I think. Come and get me. Well, I don't even know whose perk this is. It's Rick's. Oh, makes sense. Whenever you unhook a survivor while crouched and idle, use active ability. Oh, right. The theming of this perk is great. Why don't we just change it to elusive? Yeah, I was about to say, why do we not just simplify this? It's the second part of the perk. Ooh. Oh, right. Thanks. Hey, Evan, thanks for the 18. Feeling better since last stream? Very slightly. I'm having big tummy issues. I was in the bathroom since 4 in the morning. I got the worms, dude. I fucking hope not. Got the salad parasite. Bitch, I might. I don't know. It's been quite bad. Elusive for 20 seconds. Hey, Desperate. Thank you the 117 months. We are indeed making perks, yes. Fuck. Let's do this. No. And killer perks? Yep, that was yesterday. It honestly is... I feel like that's enough, right? Did I buy a cat seat for Buddy? The cat seat is my lap. Honestly, I don't even think this perk is that bad. Give me 32 meters? Sure, why not? It's not like it's meta. Fuck it. Ship it. It doesn't work on you, no. All injured and down survivors gain elusive, not you. What is confusing you guys? I'm not understanding what's confusing you guys, so I'm just gonna move on. What if you're injured and activate it? Oh, I see what you're saying. I guess we can do... Other. There you go. Because technically, yeah, that's true. You could fall under the injured category, and then the elusive would block the aura reading. So yeah, that would counter itself. That works though. Okay. Deadline. Ooh, this is a complicated perk because it's actually like not. Fuck. How do you fix this? Nobody uses it, but it's like kind of okay. I think it needs to have a more simple effect on top of it. Remove the injury requirement. But it's deadline, meaning you're under pressure. The second part of the perk again. All right. I forgot that was even a thing. I'm thinking, what if we like change this? Let me cook for a minute. Do we want it to be per generator or per game? Like, do we want it to be the deadline is the generators being close to completion, or do we want the deadline to be the game is being close to completion? I feel like deadline for the end of the game. Does it need the random places? I think so, yes. So 4 generators. So with 2 generators completed, you get 1% bonus, right? So no, this would need to be higher. So if you got 1 gen done, great skill checks give you 1.5% instead of 1. 2 gens done, you get 2% instead of 1. And then at 4 gens done, you would have this acts other skill checks perks. Yep, I'm more. Dude, I'm sorry. If you're hitting a faster, randomly positioned, out of sync hyper focus, you deserve the gen speed. That's fucking impossible, man. That is almost impossible to hold on to that shit. Giga cheater perk? Yeah, but let's not balance the game around cheaters. Cheater buff? Who cares? They can do all the gens by clicking a button. Why are we balancing around cheaters? Shut up. So with 4 generators done, instead of 1% progress, you would gain 3% progress on great skill checks, which is significant, but not like game breaking. I think actually it's capped out at 10, right? This should be 3, 4, 5, maybe actually. That means with no gens done, it does nothing. With 1 gen done, it's worse than current version. With 2 gens done, it's equal. And then from 3 and 4, it's better, which would make it more deadline-y. Does it work with corrective action? Yeah, you wouldn't get the bonus, though. You would just not get the penalty. Mistake out could be broken since that gives a great skill check bonus and guitar perk as well. Yep, if you've got 4... Look, man, if you've got 4 stacks of stakeout and hyperfocus and a commodious toolbox and all that shit, yes, horrible things are going to happen. But that's more on toolboxes, to be honest. Toolboxes giving like 5 times the skill checks is what makes it so good. This, at least, would be extremely fucking difficult. And it also does nothing at the beginning of the game, or even the first half of the game. It's really like an endgame survivor perk almost. But not quite endgame, it's like breaking the 3-gen endgame, you know what I mean? I'm actually gonna not include this line, because I think if you want to equip this and risk it, you should risk losing progress on gens, you know? How does it work with Doctor or Merciless Storm? Yeah, it would be fucked. It would be very difficult. Not impossible, but extremely difficult. We could do this. Because if there's like 3 gens done, you have this basically a 50% increased effect of more skill checks from the current perk. 150, so you get 2.5% per, so that's basically on par with hyperfocus. It gets harder, and you risk more. I kind of like the idea of a high risk, high reward. This implies any kind of skill check? Correct, it would be any skill check, doesn't matter. Let me do 50% more base effect. I need to think about the fucking medkit add-ons. Because if you had the medkit add-ons and it was 50% more of those new values, then it would insta-heal you upon a skill check. So it needs to be base effect, specifically. Yep. I'm okay with this. Numbers might need tweaking, but... For my lasers, they're on cooldown. I've been sick, man. Boon Illumination. Is it weird? I don't think this perk is that terrible like in indoor maps. It's kind of bad everywhere else, though. All right. What if we do windows and palettes too? Would that really be meta, considering Windows of Opportunity and 5 moves ahead just gives you that without having to set up a boon? Like, would that really be a problem? Aura Overload of that perk? It's Illumination. That's the whole point of it. It's supposed to be Aura Overload. Nah, I don't know about that. That'd be like nerfing Trapper and shit. That's too much. Boon Detective's Hunch. I mean, kind of, but it still is a boon. What if we... Would it be bad if we just made it... See the progress of gens too? Oh, that's not a bad idea, actually. That's kind of OP. Why? How is that OP? You literally get 4 people in a group. Hey, Jimmy, what's the gen at Shack at? It's at 70%. Thanks, man. That can already happen. Not gonna even buff Survive with Friends. They already have that information. Other survivors? Sure. There we go. There, just slap 18 more auras on it. Easy clap. And this is actually really useful here because it'll let you know, like, you can go, basically a survivor can go in the aura of that boon and then know which generators are close to popping and which ones they should prioritize. Definitely more of a solo queue perk, but actually kind of useful now instead of almost useless. That's too confusing, Rick. I feel like that would crash the planet. Boon migraine. Yes. Hey man, I'm just saying, if we have a boon called Illumination, it better fucking illuminate everything. That's fine. I don't want it to reveal the killer's aura. That's design space for other perks. Cut Loose. I actually like this perk. I think it's underrated. But it's not amazing. What did I do? Pebble? Nope. Pebble is not in the top or bottom 15, I don't think. Yeah, I think this perk is pretty underrated. Here. Just fucking cut 30 seconds off of the... I think it's a neat perk. I think the cooldown is just so unnecessary. Remove cooldown? I don't know about that. That would just give you quick and quiet, basically. That would give you quick and quiet and cut loose. What if we did something crazy? That's niche, but possibly usable. But that's a very potentially scary effect, so I want to be more conservative with it. Like, it's not super often you're able to chain tiles together so well that that's going to matter. How long are windows blocked by the entity? 30 seconds? Windows blocked. EBD. 30 seconds, yeah. So that puts you down to 25, which might, you know, every once in a while, you have a scenario where you return to Shack and you're able to get another vault out of it because you wouldn't be able to. This would not be affected by Bamboozle. I specifically worded it that windows blocked by consecutive vaulting are blocked for 5 less seconds. And that has synergy with its own perk because this perk basically makes you vault back into yourself more frequently. So I think that has good synergy there. We cut off the cooldown quite a bit, and I think that could be somewhat useful. 5% action speed for vaults? Nah, I don't think so. Still useless. The only reason I'm not agreeing is I'm a cut loose truther. I think this perk is actually pretty good. I would love that, Black. Yeah. I would love that, Jacob, but they're never gonna do it. Damn it! How do I keep doing this? Blocks windows vaulted 5 seconds, no longer affected by entity blocker. No. God, no. Entity blocker can never go away. There are certain setups to where that's your only option, so definitely not. Yeah, basically, Carlos, I think this perk is better than people give it credit for, so I don't want to buff it as much as people in chat might be thinking. Thinking outside the box, that is, yeah, that is some Pandora's box shit. That is way too scary. I'm okay with that for now. It might not be like meta, but I think it'd still be pretty decent. 10% fast and medium vaults while active. Sure. Considering that the perk basically makes you medium vault, sure, why not? I'm happy with that. I think that's a good idea. So many maps this would be abusable on. It's not that good. Like I think Cut Loose is pretty good, but it is not that good. Let's go to Rookie Spirit. After you hit 3 basic repair skill checks while a generator is regressing, you see its aura. Okay. Is this just you hit 3 skill checks and then this effect is active for the rest of the game? Is that how that works? Yeah, that basically just means you see regressing generators. Like, here, let's just... What a useless requirement. Damn it! Yeah, that's... Man, you guys are on the exact same wavelength as me. Here, let's do bullshit numbers. Boom, done. Now, you might think, 100%, what the fuck, are you crazy? But then you realize that's going to save you 2 seconds. Like, it's really not that crazy. It just lets you get to that point a bit quicker. Because you can only repair it for 5 seconds before it's not regressing anymore. That's OP versus Ruin, though. If you're repairing a generator, it's not considered to be regressing. Basically, it's that 5% bar, though. You know what I mean? Like, that's true. How do we make it... How do we make it worded to not include Ruin? Oh, yeah. Ruin isn't regressing it while you work on it, so that's fine. But then by that logic... If you're repairing a generator that's been recently kicked by a killer, it's not regressing either because you're doing it. So it needs to specifically not work for Ruin. What is the... I don't think there's ever been... They've never worded it like this. It wouldn't work versus Ruin? Yeah, I'm like, how do they word that? Generators that have been damaged, but Ruin technically is damaging the generator, so... Ruin doesn't regress when you work on it. Neither does a recently kicked gen regress when you're working on it. It's only when you let go it starts regressing again if you didn't do it for 5 seconds. But Ruin does the same exact thing. It's Aura. You repair regressing generators damaged by a killer 100% faster. The killer. That's only for the small amount on it for the rest of the gen? Yes. So basically, that little amount... Here, you know what? Fuck it. I'll kind of keep cranking up that number until it does something. Because that's the effect. And also, you guys gotta remember, it has this other effect, which I've also made significantly easier as well. There's no more skill check requirements. You just you see every generator's regressing aura no matter what from the start of the match. And you repair regressing generators damaged by the killer 200% faster. Um, 200% faster. 2.5, 1 point... What is that? 1.25 seconds? So it would basically take 1.25 seconds to undo the regressing of that generator. For a killer that might be kicking gens a lot, that's probably better than you guys think. And then, even if that doesn't happen, you still have the constant information. I think that's fine. I don't think this needs to be anything crazier than that. But a turn back and pain res? No, I think it would have to be a basic kick. The way I've worded it is regressing generators damaged by the killer, not by perks. But typically, if a killer is running like Pop Goes the Weasel or, you know, anything that's going to involve physically kicking a gen, they still have to physically kick it. But I think pain res would be immune to this, but pain res is also limited to 4 times per match, so. It's Ann, thank you for the 22 months. It's almost been a year since the Myers rework. Think it was a good change? I think in terms of, like, balance, yeah, but I still think thematically it's a fail. Most of the time, perks are damaged by a killer's perk, not by people kicking it. I don't know that I agree, man. I see killers kick generators every single game. It's very rare you have a killer just not kick gens. Damage by the killers, including pain res, according to the archives missions? Fine. Then it would work with pain res there. Kicking meta kind of died. Yeah, but people still kick. But with that logic that... Basically, I'm just trying to say the only thing it would not work with is Ruin. Otherwise, you would just do gens 200% faster if the killer was Ruined, which would obviously be busted. No, it wouldn't. Okay. Okay. 20-second gens, boys. It's fair. If the killer has Ruin, everyone does gens in 20 seconds. I'm fine with this. Anyone run this over Deja Vu? Deja Vu is not even that good. Deja Vu also doesn't give you info which killers, or which generators the killer is patrolling and kicking. It's a different type of thing. Gen tapping? It doesn't matter. As soon as you get past the 5% part, it's not regressing anymore. You can gen tap it to that point, and then it's not regressing anymore. Like, you can't abuse that. With Ruin, it becomes regressing there, though. God, how do I word this to make it not work with Ruin? That's the only fucking hang-up. Cooldown? I guess we could just do a cooldown, too. But then how would the cooldown trigger? Oh, when... Five seconds? There. That fixes Ruin, right? Did I make it Ruin-proof? Called 10 seconds for good measure? Sure, why not? It's meant to be for when the killer, like, kicks it or uses pain res on it, not for Ruin. It should be a regression event? What do you mean? You never stop a generator from regressing? What? What are you talking about? Gen gets kicked, it's regressing. You repair it 5%, it's no longer regressing. What am I missing? Ruin doesn't have the 5%. Every time you let go of a generator with Ruin, you don't lose 5% of the generator. That is not how that works. You'd be able to instantly regress a gen in 1 second then, from 100 to 0. That is not how that works. I'm just going to ignore chat here. Oh, I get what you're saying. It takes 5% to stop regressing. Well, no, that's not... It takes 0% for it to stop regressing. It's always regressing as soon as you let go. That's what the perk does. Doesn't matter. With the 10-second cooldown, it can't be abused against Ruin. This is fine. We're giving this too much thought. It's done. Okay, moving on. Better than new. Damn it. Okay. Whenever you finish healing another survivor until they take damage, they bless and cleanse faster. Oh, this is a perk that used to be okay, but then they removed the gen speed from it, right? All right. We're just... I think the idea of the perk is fine. The theming of it is fine. It's just these numbers need to be so much better. Double these. Double these. Fucking triple. It's a fucking chest. Who cares? Just make this a billion infinity %. Who cares? It's a chest. What's one other thing we can slap on there? I was thinking about unhooking, but it needs to be smaller than, like, you know, No One Left Behind and Desperate Measures and shit. So we could do like 5% faster. Like something like that, just so it's a nice little effect. Off-hook power boost already annoying. This is not an off-hook power boost. Well, it's not. The person doesn't get a boost off the hook. This is just making them get the hook off faster. But it's still weaker than like Desperate Measures or No One Left Behind, because those perks are supposed to have those as like their premier benefits. And also, if you were like 1-for-1ing, it wouldn't even work because you would take damage and it would be disabled. I think his perk is fine. It's just the numbers on it are just god awful. Why am I not paying for Google Docs? Why would I pay for Google Docs? Like the reverse of Ghoul's perk? Yeah, kinda. I think this is just a simple numbers fix. Like, the perk is fine. It needs to just do more. Boring but effective. All right. Change of plan. Why doesn't it affect gen speed? It used to, but perks that affect gen speed are very dangerous on Survivor, and I don't think that's a good design space, because sometimes gens can just already go too fast, you know? Tells us. Change of plan. But yeah, that's what the perk originally used to do. When hiding in a locker and holding a non-event toolbox, use the ability button to transform your toolbox into a medkit. Oh, this is Dustin's perk, right? Am I crazy, or is this perk actually not that bad? I almost don't even want to change this. I feel like this perk is kind of okay. It's a pretty good perk. Is it really used by that few people? That's crazy. unused because of license? Maybe? Like, yeah, I don't even think I want to change that perk. Like, it's actually pretty good. Wait. Did I skip better than new? Oh, I'm actually... I just did that. Yeah, I actually don't really want to change that. I think that perk is already kind of fine. Zeno, thank you for the 17. Welcome back. Thank you. Boomer memory. Man, I have been... You don't even want to know what I've been dealing with this past day. All right, we need to do 15. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 4 more. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that Change of Plan doesn't need a buff. I think the perk is fine. Camaraderie is also pretty good. Yeah, I don't even want to buff this. This perk is already pretty good. It's not even that bad in solo queue because they flash white and you know that they have it. Rebecca perk's better. It's just the opposite version of the perk. Rebecca, you apply it to other people. Camaraderie, it's applied to you. Honestly, I don't think they need to change. Pharmacy. If anything, this does go to show that I think there are more bad killer perks than bad survivor perks. Although, to be fair, if we included the teamwork perks, we would be at 15, so never mind, I guess. I didn't include them because they're so bad. Camaraderie's a horrible since the green medkit nerf, yeah. Or pharmacy, whoops. How can we fix this? Green nerf is, yeah, green medkits used to be insane for self-care. How many charges is medkit? 16? Oh, it's 24. Shit, thank you. Oh, it's 16 for a full heal. That's the number I'm looking for. So 16, 20, so 8. So rare med kit with 8 bonus charges will be 32. So that would give you 2 heals on someone else. But it wouldn't do anything else for you. Right, yeah. Oh. What if you make it more interesting? Med kit add-ons DBD. What if you just get like random add-ons, kind of like Ace in the Hole? You could do rare add-ons or above. So that way you could get like, you know, the sutures, you could get like gel dressings for more heals, or, you know, abdominal dressings for faster heals, just something like that, you know? Healing yourself in medkits is 30% faster. I don't know if I'd want to do the speed. More so, I'd want to keep the efficiency. Is that how the math works out? Or no, would it'd have to be 50%, right? Would it be 50% or 33%? Because they're doing less and then more. I forget how the math works. Basically, in order for you to be able to squeak out an additional heal from it. 16 times 2 would be 24. But then you'd have 30. No, that would be 32, which would be 16 times 2. Yeah, 33 would make it 16 again, which would mean you could self-carry yourself twice if you had 32 charges, right? And chances are you'll probably get an add-on that gives you at least 8 charges with this. So basically, there's a pretty good chance you'd get a bonus heal on top of it. That's a little bit of an RNG aspect to it. A little bit of gamba. Here, let's just do this too. No reason to not buff that aspect of it as well. I could say the same. That makes sense. I'm happy with that. Basically, you'll be able to get a medkit that very likely will be able to have 2 self-care charges on it instead of just 1, or you can guarantee to have 2 on other people, which will be pretty good. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, Visionary. Whenever or within 32 meters of you, see the auras of generators. Whenever generator is completed, there's a cooldown. That's really it, huh? What if we make it you see the auras of killers within 8 meters of generators or something like that? I was gonna say when they're kicking it, but that would be Fung's alert perk, so that already has an effect. But then that's also kind of like, no, that's kind of like wiretap. You're a visionary, doesn't it mean like you're... It doesn't necessarily mean you're like a leader. I'm trying to think if like you could share the effect with other people. Or intensity of gens. Actually, is there any survivor perk that lets you see the aura intensity of generators? Other than those ones we just reworked? It's not as, like, strong for Survivor because they already have a pretty good idea, you know? Too abusable, amazing. Move the cooldown and make it so other survivors can see the gens. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Oh man. I'm out. They ever pay me for this? No. Although YouTube will pay me for it. See the auras of survivors on generators? Think about this one for a second. It's just such a plain perk, it's hard to get creative with it, you know? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Uwe. Like, when I think of visionary, I think of someone that's like leading the future. Like they're, I don't know. I get like leader vibes from that. So I feel like while being chased by the killer. That way, if you're like, I'm the leader here. When I'm being chased, you guys will all like enact my vision of doing the generators. Like I'm trying to stretch that a little bit. Edit old again, motherfucker. Too similar to Deja Vu, Avina, I think. Fuck, man. We could go very simple. Zero cooldown. How about that? So it's extremely simple. Remove the cooldown entirely. Within 32 meters, you can just see generator auras like you currently can, but now you can see how close they are to being completed as well. Excellent solo queue perk. Not super great for Survive with Friends, but we need to be buffing solo queue, not Survive with Friends, so. Basically, you can be like getting chased by the killer, see that a generator is going from orange to red and go, okay, I don't want to run there now. You can plan your path around it and things like that. Still pretty meh, but better. I think it's more of a solo queue good perk. It's not going to do well in Survive with Friends at all. Oh yeah, sorry. Wait. There we go. Troubleshooter from Gabriel. God damn it, what is troubleshooter? Ugh. When you're chased by the killer, the aura of the generator with the most progress is revealed to you. Nah, that's a little different. It's different enough. No, I think it's different enough. Very simple effect. Not everything's got to be crazy psycho rework. I think that's fine. Again, Survive with Friends, you never use this. It's not like a comp perk, but it would be good for solo queue, I think. And sometimes that's what we need to be buffing anyway, so. Simple. Buckle up. Does Buckle Up need a buff? Like, it's not a great perk, but it's I feel like there's worse perks than that. Fucking up the ante. Should we not rework up the ante? What is this bullshit, man? I feel like that this is more of a pressing perk. The fuck is this piece of shit? I'm sorry, up the ante needs to be changed. Right now, all it's used is to make people kill themselves so they can go next. That's like the only thing the perk does. Survivor Friends and Perks OP. Yeah, if you all stack it, then you can get some crazy self unhook. But you know what? Even more of a reason it needs change, right? I think we're just reworking this entirely. Hideyasu, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Has to be luck-based. It does have to be luck-based, yes. But not necessarily that type of luck. Not the literal gameplay mechanic of DBD luck, you know? How do we do that? Dramaturgy type? I'm kind of down with that. I think a dramaturgy type of randomness would work on him. Isn't just a gambling thing, it's forcing a decision on your opponent. That is true. When you're upping the ante, it's because... Well, no, upping the ante. Ante is the thing you do before the actual betting starts, right? I mean, I get... No, it still kind of is. It's still kind of like raising. I still think it should be based on luck. Because that's what the original vibes are. But we can do, like, you know, random gambling shit. What should be the trigger? Unhooking a survivor, healing a survivor. Stunning a killer, vaulting a window. Like, what should the trigger be? Death. When you die. It already has unhook relation, so that's a good start. Okay, alright, so let's involve hooks. Should it be... It should be whenever you're unhooked, I think. Some random shit happens. Alright. Let's get crazy with this. We're just gonna put a bunch of random bullshit here. Damn it! Hey, Dad, what's up? Gain a random bonus. Basically, I want this to be the dramaturgy of getting unhooked. Like crazy powerful effects. Chance to become fully healed. That seems a little too frustrating. That seems a little too frustrating. What if we do this? Heal to 90%. That way it can't be like, you know, comboed with Resurgence and Abuse or something like that, you know? There needs to also be a detriment, too. Get a random effect, I should say. What's the equivalent to, like, Dramaturgy's downside? Dramaturgy, you become exposed, right? So would the equivalent be, like, lose your unhook protection? Nah, Broken wouldn't do shit. They would just hit you and you still wouldn't go down. You would have to lose your endurance to have the equivalent value. Dog shit perk right off the bat. Do you think Dramaturgy's the dog shit perk? Drama can be used when you're in no danger. Why would you use Dramaturgy if you're not in danger? You're just generating items across the map? You have control is the point. Oh, because like you're saying because you're pressing the button rather than someone else triggering it for you. All right. Fine. Cowards. I don't know gain an item because that is literally just Dramaturgy. I feel like 3/4 effects being shit is kind of bad for a perk. Oh, this is not. No, this is. I copy pasted an old thing. That's not. The 3 effects are supposed to be very good. You lose a random perk slot. I think there's too much possibility of that fucking things up and like breaking the game, so. Yeah, see, that's what I thought too, Santana, because like if you vault 50% faster for 15 seconds, who cares? You have endurance for 15 seconds, just get hit. So it's like, I think it needs to have a different effect. I like this idea, but like these effects have to be different. I like the healed. I like this one. I think that one's fine. First Dramaturgy, lose your item. And when you might not even have an item, then there's no downside. Sure. That's not good enough. That's not really that big of a deal unless the killer is literally face camping you. The ante. You know what? Let's go differently here. Fuck this. Up the ante. When do you up the ante? You up the ante when you're basically going against somebody and you're confident in what you're doing and expecting a reward based off of that, right? So what if there was like, press the ability to, you know, like taunt the killer or like enter like a battle with the killer, while in a chase, and like you can only activate it when the killer is in 16 meters of you or something. And then if you don't get hit for like the next X amount of time or something, you get a bone. No, that can't work either, because then that's just gonna punish shittier killers and do nothing to get. Nah, it doesn't work. I'm trying to like think vibes wise. I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. Think about how you can have like the confidence of raising the ante and have that. How do you translate that into the game? I'm gonna change my mind. I'm just gonna make dinner soon, so I'll just eat dinner later. Nah, that's too easy to use for a benefits antenna. You use it right before the vault. Get exposed with 50% vault speed? No, because that would be free. If you're at Shack and you decide to make yourself exposed, but you can vault 50% faster, who gives a shit? You're never gonna get hit, so like, who cares? This is hard. While being chased, activate the perk. You gain exposure 15 seconds. If not down, gain a sprint burst. See, the problem with that design is I feel like, isn't that just sort of like a win more button? You activate it while being chased right after you vault Shack window. Dude's not going to hit you for 15 seconds, and now you get even more of a bonus because you were already at a good setup. Like, that's just a win more button. That's just going to be incredibly frustrating. Up the antes when you double down or something. Basically, the ante is the bet you do before you actually play the round out. Make the timer longer. Yeah, but then again, you guys are not thinking about the fact that that's just going to make weak killers even weaker, and it'll do nothing to strong killers. That's not how perks should work. Poor Pig is never going to make it the 40 seconds, but you're playing against Nurse, you get hit in 5 seconds. Like, okay, so the perk's shit against Nurse and good against Pig? That's not how that should work. Was something risky? I don't know. That's the hard part. Fuck that, Vertigo. That's too crazy. That's too crazy even for the crazy shit I'm currently trying. Oh my god, I'm about to go fucking crazy. Hold on. What if we do that? Now we can do some crazy fucking shit. Because now that is a gamble. Because doing Invocation is fucking stupid most of the time. Damn it! Oh, wait, no, I didn't do it. We're good. Old again? Here, we'll just do this. For the useless perk, I see. But the effect is going to be... Also, Weaving Spiders is not a bad perk at all. How are invocations worded again? Fucking... Why does the shitty fandom wiki always show up first? Oh... Where is the regular wiki? Why is it so down below? Here we go. Jesus. These things have quite the description. Yeah, for this has to be massive. I know. What if it's a selfish invocation? All the other invocations work for everybody. What if this is just a me invocation, and that's why it's a gamble? You know, you need each invocation separate and can't stack them? Yeah, more. Become broken? No. I'm going crazier than that. Here. Yeah, we're going that crazy. You have one hook state. No broken though. We're going fucking insane for this perk. All right. What could possibly be worth this? Let's see. What would the survivor get for a reward for this? 10% movement speed? You heal and chase if not damaged for 15 seconds. I don't want to do movement speed. Movement speed just fucking sucks to go against. I hate that. But it needs to be an insanely good effect. We could also just do giga blanket buffs. Like you heal 100% faster, you unhook 100% faster, you cleanse 100% faster, you do every action like 100% faster. All pallets broken respawn? Ooh, that's kind of crazy. Could you not just do this when you're on Death Hook? Yeah. True, Nico, true. What if you can only use it when you've not been hooked? That way, the downside is guaranteed. Oh, it should be you are sacrificed. And you do it when you're dead. I'm like, no, I'm saying, I'm putting this caveat that you can't have been hooked yet. It's like, yeah, it's like Deliverance, for example. You're not going to get value from it if you're found at first. Art. That is hilarious, but no. We just keep... I just don't change this. It's just still the shitty old Treacherous Crows. Should be if you do not have a hook state, so someone can shoulder you. Nope. Can't be hooked. What if we do this? Would that be OP? Do you think it would be OP? Really think about it for a second. Really think about it. Would that actually be overpowered? Or is it genius? It doesn't apply to the guy doing the invocation because he's dead instantly. The guy has to sit in the basement for 90 seconds. He's giving up 2 hook states. Basically, you're having 3 guaranteed unhooks. I don't think that would be OP. And it still keeps the luck aspect of up the ante. Someone's gotten hooked within that time. That's the gamble you're taking. Think it's very dangerous. Yeah, look. Trust me, I understand I'm going off on the deep end on this one. And this is a fucking crackhead perk to take. But I think the game needs more crackhead perks, if you know what I mean. It needs more absolutely stupid fucking crazy things that do crazy effects. Because I think the game is just too stale. And I don't really see this being overpowered. And it keeps the unhook mindset. It keeps the gambling mindset. I think that's perfect for Ace. All survivor. Self attempts are guaranteed. Should it... Oh, yeah, good idea. Good idea. You become the obsession. That way the killer knows that it's you. Because, yeah, you wouldn't be broken. No, I don't want to do broken status as well. I don't know why, like, it is assumed you must be broken after doing an invocation. I think that's just... There's only 2 perks that have that, so... But I think losing 2 hook states is scarier than broken, you know? Because, I don't know, what if fucking Billy just snipes you across the map? That's it, you're out of the game. Basically guaranteed to only go for 2 people at best in solo queue. I don't know, man. If you go into the basement immediately, and the killer just has a somewhat rough start, or hell, 2 of you can go in and it doesn't take 90 seconds anymore. Downside could be 1 hook state. Then I think it's 2 in favor of the survivor. Because now you're basically giving 3 other survivors guaranteed free pressure at the exchange of 1 hook. That's... I don't know. This perk should give the option to self-unhook. Well, you always have the option to self-unhook. On your first hook, anyway. Oh, well, it's implied that this would allow you to do that. You're right. I guess that's true. I guess that's true. You're right. Good point. There we go. All survivors can attempt to unhook themselves and are always successful. That is a fucking Gamba perk. Like, come on, man. That is some crazy, crazy out there Gamba shit. You start with 2 hooks? No, you can't do that because then they'll know you'll be in the basement. They'll just know and go kill you. We can do this. Here, we can make this simpler. There we go. And that makes it very clear that the survivor has done it. They see the 2 hook states. The killer is given awards for those 2 hook states, and it cannot be abused because it can only be done if you have not been hooked. Would it be bad to give the survivor who did the invocation the chance to unhook once, and then if they fail, they die? No. Okay, all of these perks I've been working on are, like, realistic, fine. This is probably the most, like, what the fuck are you doing perk I've had, but you know what? Whatever. Don't care. YOLO. That is by far the dumbest one I've done, but it's chaotic and it's funny, so. Alright. I think we need one more, right? Duty of Care is low because it's new. I'm not even going to include that yet. Is this build a go next territory? I mean, you have to spend a minute and a half doing it, so it's not like you can instantly go next. And if you get hooked already once, then you can't even use it, so not really. Yeah, this is actually fine. There's honestly, I think the survivor perks are just slightly better than killer overall. Or there's less super shitty survivor perks. Obviously, the teamwork ones. Wait, no, road life. Isn't road life shit? Okay, no, this perk is ass. Never mind. While injured, not broken, or repairing a generator. Whenever you hit a basic skill check, you gain a token. When you miss a basic skill check, you lose a token. And you have 4 tokens. Spend all tokens to heal 100% faster until you stop healing. I know, Dever. I'm just not doing it out of spite now. Because I've been told to do that so many times. I'm just manually doing it just to piss people off. When you have 4 tokens, spend all tokens to heal 100% faster until you stop healing. God, that's a steep requirement to just get basically a bit better botany knowledge, you know? So do we make it easier to get or increase the effect? Want to keep it as a healing perk? I mean, that's how they've designed it, yeah, so I would like to keep the mood of it. Increase the effect? I think increasing the effect is more exciting. What number do we put? Not bringing a repair generator. When you hit a basic skill check, you win a token. So you need to hit 4 great skill checks. What if it makes you start passively healing without actually having to actively heal? That way you can keep working on generators and it has like its own self-synergy there. Like your healing bar actually goes up by itself. I don't think that mechanic's been done before, right? It'd have to be pretty slow though, because you're still gaining a shit ton of value. But you also have to hit great skill checks to do it. Nah, I would say not even 50%. I would say like automatic heal at like 25%, maybe, if that even. No, Spider. People do not watch those videos, unfortunately. Each great gives a percent. Oh, you could do that too. That's actually pretty interesting. I actually kind of like that. Oh, wait. Ha! I remembered old. What if we do this? We can make this a lot simpler, actually. Is that the wording? What is the wording? Like, how is Resurgence wording? You were healed 270%? What is it? Healing progress. Healing progress. That's the wording. Still has to have the downside, right? Max or current? It would be current. Or max, sorry. Max. Oh, whoops. Make them both 10%? I don't want to punish new players that much. And you'd still have to hit 10 great skill checks to get a full heal. Which is kind of a lot. Unless you have a toolbox, you're probably not even going to get 10 on a generator. With a toolbox, you would, though. We could do this without a toolbox and then make it stronger. That way you can't abuse it with a toolbox, because that would be fucking insane. You'd be able to get that very quickly. But without a toolbox, you're probably going to get maybe, what, like 5 or 6 skill checks total? Let's do 20. And we can do this, because it's still going to be risky. I mean, it's not really risky. It's missing an entire skill check. Like, it's not a huge deal. Make it 15? I think 20 is fine. And you also can't use the toolbox with a perk either, which ensures that gen is not going to go crazy fast. Since you can't use a toolbox, the penalty's not really needed. I just want to keep the vibes of the old perk, though. Too good on good survivors? Well, the point is, it doesn't matter how good you are. If you're not using a toolbox, you just don't get that many skill checks on gens. Like, I know you can use bongos and you can try to combine it with deadline and shit like that, but maybe do 15. All reward, no risk. Well, the caveat is you're not allowed to use items. Like, you're not going to bring a med kit and use this, because then the med kit is pointless. You can't bring a toolbox with this because you can't use a toolbox to benefit from it. So you're basically stuck with keys and maps. Or like a flashlight, I guess. While you're healing with stakeout, you're also progressing the gen. Yeah, but again, the game has to give you skill checks. And that's not, you can't really, like, guarantee that. Like, sometimes you get lucky and you'll get, like, you know, maybe 7 total skill checks on a gen. Sometimes you get, like, 2. Healing while doing a gen shouldn't be easy. Yeah, I agree. Which is why you're going to have to, you know, get lucky with the skill checks and also hit your skill checks. I think that could be okay. That number could be like maybe 15 or 20%. I'm not really sure exactly what it should be, but I think that overall can kind of work. And it's a hell of a lot better than this shit. Okay, I think... Okay. 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait, did I do that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. The fuck am I? What am I doing? How did I get 16 that time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, no, we have 15. We're good. We're good. Okay, so that's bottom 15 of both. Good. Hope the series makes it to YouTube. Yeah, it will. I'm not gonna do like the entire unedited VOD slapped on there. What I'm gonna do is have like a 25-minute actual video where I'm discussing the results of all this, and then at the end of that video, I'll have this entire VOD just stacked on in case anyone wants some background noise or long form shit to watch. But the bulk of the video will be the first part. The entire unedited VOD of Hoarder, yeah, that's a video of itself. Review them now, but then what's the point of watching the YouTube video? There's no point. By the way, I'm starving, so I have had tummy issues and I've not eaten food today because I've been scared to eat, but I do need to go eat. So I'm going to call it here, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. I appreciate you helping me with this. Genuinely, you guys helped me a lot come up with some of these ideas, so I appreciate that a lot. Hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. Let you guys know on Twitter and stuff, but thanks for hanging out. See you next time. Bye, guys.